Here the criterion, I don't know. Here the criterion is fully user definable. Intents are just, at least in sort of what ANOMA's doing with regards to generalized intents. Intents are just arbitrary code. They are whatever you want them to be, whatever you can program. And they don't exist yet. So the first one here is really the ANOMA resource machine, which is the first generalized intent machine in existence. I want to have a brief sort of detour here on the fact that ANOMA is an interface. It is not an intermediary, and this is very important to understand. I'll sort of go through why. So, what are intermediaries? Intermediaries are generally actors in the network, so there are specific parties that you interact with. This may be a single key, this may be a blockchain, but there are specific parties that you connect to, like you know which counterparty, which
you can build a smart contract that interacts with other chains, gets liquidity, and it's pretty easy to do it when you learn it. So if you want to build scalable application, I think this is the language to use. Okay, so just a quick intro about IBC. IBC basically works when you have two chains, and each chain you can create channels. And channels basically is let's call it, a channel basically is responsible of creating a packet which you're able to send over to another chain, right? And what transmits this message is what we call a relayer. A relayer is an off-chain sequencer, if you want to call it, which is responsible of taking one hash and sending it from one chain to another. So some might say, oh, a relayer is off-chain, it's centralized, which is not the case because a relayer cannot access the data, cannot alter the data. Its only responsibility is moving a packet hash from chain A to chain B. That's it, right? So whenever you have two channels, you connect them with any relayer. You can run it yourself if you want to. And basically it makes sure that the channel in chain B takes in the packet, and you don't need to trust the relayer at all. The trust needs to be in the chain. So if you trust the chain that's doing the proper hashing and proper decrypting, then don't need to trust the relayer. Now, the power of IBC you can see in this image, and this is from mapofzones.com. You can see all of these chains, Cosmos and outside of Cosmos, all using IBC to interact with each other. And if you see the actual website, you'll be able to see the messages moving between all the chains. And as you see, like every second there's hundreds of IBC transactions being committed. And yeah, so you see, I don't think there's another ecosystem or bridge that is able to provide this type of scalability, right? So if I've ever seen scalability, this is it. And if you want to build applications through Cosmos and IBC, you'll be able actually to access all these chains, right? If you have the relayers, and as well as get data from or liquidity from these chains even, right? And the next big thing I think for IBC is interchain accounts. Now interchain accounts pretty easily. It allows you, using one private key on any chain, to control multiple accounts on different chains, right? So rather than having, for example, in a cross-chain swap, to sign two transactions, one on chain A and one on chain B, you only needed to sign one transaction on any of these chains. And using interchain accounts, what happens is you create basically it's called an ICA on the other chain, and you're able to execute any transaction which represents your wallet, right? So this basically allows you to do a transaction on 10, 15 chains using only one private key and signing only one transaction. So for any like cross-chain swaps or any basically transaction that requires to call multiple chains at a time, you'll need to do this, right? Or else the user will have to sign 5, 6 transactions. Okay, so if you want to learn more about Cosmosm and how to write these smart contracts, you can go to cosmosmbyexample.com. It has all the examples you need. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
All right, hey everyone. My name's Fahan, so I'm the tech lead at Maple Finance. Just a bit about Maple Finance. We're an institutional-focused DeFi borrow-lend platform trying to bring capital markets on chain. So today, so the name of the talk is, best practices to deploy safely on chain. But actually, for me, it's more about best practices for on-chain ops. So what do I mean by on-chain ops? So the focus tends to really be right now on, whenever we're talking about building smart contracts, people talk about the pre-build phase, the build phase, and testing. So you might have seen a lot of these things mentioned before. So when you're designing things, like what are the requirements for the system you're building, your threat modeling, your economic modeling. When you're building, you've got your engineering processes, but testing, this is where we spend most of our time building smart contracts, if we're honest. It's like your unit, your integration, your fuzz, your invariance, mutation testing, if you want to play around with stuff like Gambit, your formal verification, red team exercises, which are good fun as well, when you get together and just try to break your contracts on like an offsite or something. And then what's the most expensive bit usually is your audits. So internal audit on the team is usually fine, and then you got your external audits. But I don't want to talk about this stuff today because this has been talked about a lot before. What I'm focusing on is what, as smart contract engineers, is our DevOps, basically, our on-chain ops. So what are we going to talk about? So 3 sections, essentially. So I'm going to talk about the preparation for deployment, the actual deployment process itself. So whilst for some of you might think, okay, it's just deploying the smart contracts, but sometimes it's not as simple as that, especially if you've got really complex systems. So for example, at Maple, the Maple core protocol itself is around 20 smart contracts. Most of them are upgradable. They're all modular, so they are not fully dependent on each other, so you can upgrade parts of the system. And that's really good for like a development process of like a product where you might want to change one part of your system, but not the entire system. And you've got a live system with hundreds of millions of dollars in them. How do you safely upgrade and develop for this protocol? And then, we'll talk a bit about the post-deployment process as well and what goes into that. So in terms of deployment preparation, so I'm basically talking through like what we do at Maple. So hopefully you guys can take something away from this. So to start things off, we always do fork testing. So this is really easy to do with something like Foundry now, where you can just like set the RPC. And what we do is we fork our current protocol and then run all the upgrade that we need to do. So, deploying the contracts, doing all the configuration, and then asserting all the state diffs that we expect to happen. So, is the factories pointing to the new contract version? Have the contracts have been upgraded pointing to the right implementation? Are all your configuration variables set properly? So that's kind of like a base thing that everyone should be doing in our opinion. Then of course deploying to testnet is always great, especially if you've got like your wider engineering team building the front end, the middleware layers like your subgraph and stuff, and just hooking into your contracts and making sure that everything works appropriately there. Another thing we like doing is what we call user lifecycle testing. So the fork test that I talked about previously is just more about focused the actual upgrade itself, but how do you make sure the upgrade works as expected? So we like to do essentially a complete user journey from start to finish, depositing into the protocol, a loan being sent out. Yield do is actually prepare multi-sig transactions ahead of time. So I'm hoping most of you guys, when you have upgradable contracts, they're not controlled by a single private key. It's usually a multi-sig. This is usually a safe. So one thing you can actually do is, so on Safe, when you go and build a transaction, there's this transaction builder, but you can usually just import a JSON file, which has all the transactions already pre-generated. And this is especially useful if you need to dynamically generate change of addresses or params as part of like your upgrade process. So how do we actually do this? So the deployment process itself, we think should be boring and uneventful. We kind of see it as like a militaristic exercise of like, you know exactly you're doing A, B, C, so a checklist is super good for us here. So this is an example of a checklist from a recent upgrade that we did. So you can see that usually it's split out into different sections depending on if it's on mainnet or like another L1 or L2, for example. No alpha there. And you can see there's different steps in that. So there's like preparation stages, the actual transaction, but then also there's this thing called validation around that as well. So All right, where are we at? So the deployment process, so yeah, we've got the checklist, you've done your deployment. So we use Foundry, so you use Forge scripts to do this, to deploy your contracts. And what we do is we run the step on the fork. So we use Tenderly for this, so just talking you through how we do this. So this assumes that your upgrade isn't atomic. Which might be difficult to do depending on like how your protocol is set up. For us, usually an upgrade process isn't fully atomic. We try to make things as atomic as possible, but that might be difficult to do in practice. So why do we prefer using Tenderly? So we're not shilling for Tenderly. We're heavy power users. We pay them heavily for every service that we get, but they're great. But it's using a Tenderly fork is super good for the non-technical multi-sig signers as well that you have, because I'll show you in a sec. There's like a nice simulation that happens. You can see exactly all the state diffs that are happening. So this is from Gnosis Safe. So you can see here, just for example, we want to pause the protocol. You might want to do this before you're doing an upgrade. So there's this simulate button as part of the flow. So when you click that, it goes and takes you to Tenderly and it runs this simulation. Now, what we do then is there's this button here on the top right. It might be small to see, but it's called Run on Fork. So we actually, when we were doing our big liquidity migration for the V2 upgrade back in December 22, we were moving about $300 million of TVL across to the new version of the protocol, and we wanted to sim this heavily. So we actually worked with Tenderly to make sure that this was available to us as a feature. So yeah, you can now just run on a fork. And then you get this RPC URL as well associated with the fork. So why is this important? Why not just do this locally using Anvil or something? So the awesome thing here is when you've got the RPC and you've done your transaction against this fork, now you can run what we call validation scripts against this. So essentially these are another version of fork tests where you can assert all the state diffs for this specific action that you expect to happen. So that's what I'm talking about at the bottom here with the validation scripts. There's a fork of mainnet and you can check each state diff, and it looks something like this in our case. So we just a function called run. So you can see here we're upgrading our globals contract on ETH mainnet. So what's hidden here is the setup function. That all the setup function is just doing is just forking from the latest block. So you can see here we've got logs in here. We check if it's like the correct implementation. Usually there's some helper functions here that are abstracting away some of the more intricate checks that we expect. But this gives us confidence that the system that we've upgraded has been upgraded in the way that we expect it to be. So yeah, super useful to do this. Feel free to check out our repo at Maple Core for more examples of this. And to round things off, so just to kind of cover what we've done. So you've got this checklist, you've run through each step, you've done it against the fork. Each step before you do your actual transaction on mainnet, you run your validation script against it. So you're confident that your system's been upgraded the way that you expect. But one thing also that's important to do is to make sure you've deployed the right contract. So this is actually a painful way to actually check before, because you might have had an audit and the audit's at a specific commit. So how do you know one of your dev team hasn't just accidentally deployed like the wrong contract on the wrong commit, for example? So you want to do bytecode matching essentially. So there's a new feature from Foundry that just came out I think 2 weeks ago now. So shout out to the Foundry team. Thank you for constantly developing for us. But yeah, you've got Forge Verify bytecode now. So what you can do is you can pass in the address, and if you do this in your repo for your contract, pass in the contract name as well, and it will do a match essentially for the bytecode that's sitting on the RPC that you've provided. So if, in this case, mainnet, and check if it's like a full match or a partial match. You may want to do a partial match if you've maybe changed the name of your contract and your metadata hash has suddenly changed. So that's super useful as well. So definitely don't forget to verify that the right contract is deployed, because that happens where people deploy the wrong contract. All right, let's talk about post-deployment. So you have to verify your contracts, of course. Don't need to get into that too much. Of course, having a bug bounty program is important. So there's a lot of work actually happening from the Security Alliance. So Sam Sizi-san, like from Paradigm's spearheading this. So there's some cool initiatives there, like the Safe Harbor Agreement, where you can basically sign up to have a process for white hats to recover funds and send them to a specific address. And this is all pre-agreed up front. So yeah, hopefully that helps with folks wanting to be more white hat than black hat in terms of hacking. And then incident response, so always having a playbook, not thinking in the moment. Again, you want to just like act and know exactly what you're going to do, and doing drills for war rooms. So yeah, the Security Alliance actually does war room games for you as well. So you can reach out to them and be like, hey, please run a war game for us, pretend hack our protocol, and make us work. And then lastly, everyone needs to do some sort of monitoring for their system. So informational monitoring, that's pretty simple. If you're doing like, someone's deposited into your protocol, maybe you want a Slack notification going in. But I want to dig a bit deeper into how we do critical monitoring. So, how to automate the UUp process. So how we do critical monitoring at Maple is we've got a set of system invariants. So this helps with our invariant testing that we do. And then what we do is for each invariant, we've basically bunched them up together in a helper contract that then we deploy on chain. And what happens is we ping that contract and check every block if all the invariants are still holding. You may need like different sets of helper contracts. So we have one that relies completely on-chain data, and then we have another that relies on off-chain data. So what we mean by that is maybe you need to pass in an array of lenders to check like all the total balances add up the way that you expect, for example. And then you can set up a cron job to do this, to check. So we use Tenderly Web3 actions for this. So again, Tenderly coming in clutch with all their products. And essentially a PagerDuty notification would go if any of the system invariants break. So yeah, no, knock on wood, haven't had one of those situations yet, but we do drills for that, and it's always very scary when one of those come up. So just to kind of show you how we've set this up on Tenderly, so you can see this is an example of a Web3 action. So this is actually live in production right now. So this is checking our protocol invariants every block. Which is super great. And then, yeah, it'll let us know if something's broken. Hopefully not. So yeah, that's my talk on on-chain ops. Hopefully you guys learned something and took away at least one thing from it. And yeah, cheers. Thanks for listening. And you can follow me on 0x Farhan on Twitter if you want to see more about what we're up to. Thank you.
Oh yeah, sure. Can we extend? Because I want to see my laptop screen as well.
Hello. Okay. So welcome to Elliptical Eccentricity for Capital Efficiency. My name's Josh. I'm part of the core team at Gyroscope. Last year we deployed a new stablecoin, and as part of the stablecoin system, we created this whole new automated market maker known as the Gyroscope Elliptical Concentrated Liquidity Pool, E-CLP. So in this talk, I'll be going through a brief refresher on the evolution of AMMs. We'll explore the E-CLP's predecessors and their benefits and drawbacks. Then I'll present the E-CLP, how it fits within the evolution of AMM design and how it provides these unparalleled benefits within these specific use cases. And I'll also show you how to construct one from scratch. And finally, I'll discuss the use cases of the E-CLP, where it really adds as a value-adding novel innovation because of its flexibility. Okay, so first, a refresher on automated market makers. We have Uniswap's constant product market maker design, also known as the XY equals K, where X and Y are the quantity of the reserves of each asset, and K is the constant or the invariant. So the constant product market maker design was an instance of the more general constant function market maker, which prices trading pairs implicitly via this constant trading function, which takes as input the reserves of the trading assets and constrains trading to a level curve according to an invariant. However, the nature of the invariant curve XY equals K means that the liquidity is reserved for trading activity across the entire price range from 0 to infinity. So this is good for guaranteeing trading volumes at all prices, but thinly spreading liquidity over the entire range leads to increased slippage, which increases impermanent loss and results in low capital efficiency. So the next design question is it possible to focus liquidity into a range, since many trading pairs fall within a given range, particularly stablecoin pairs? So next up we have StableSwap in 2019. So Curve came up with a solution by combining both the constant product and the constant sum market makers to create this hybrid market maker. So since price is the derivative or the gradient of the trading function at any given point, the StableSwap curve quotes the price of 1, which then exponentially increases or exponentially decreases as you move sufficiently away from 1. The StableSwap function also has this amplification coefficient parameter A, which means that the lower it is, the closer the trading curve is to a constant product, and the higher it is, the closer it is to a constant sum, or a straight line trading curve. So this parameter allows curve pools to cater to the capital requirements of individual markets instead of this one-size-fits-all approach of the constant product pool. So this means that StableSwap is an excellent solution for price-related trading pairs, such as stable coins or state ETH, where prices are expected to remain in this finite band around 1, since having a linear trading curve and a constant price around the price of 1 means that StableSwap benefits from extremely low slippage trades within the flat range. However, it also provides liquidity for trades across the entire price range, leading to capital inefficiency for the same reasons as the constant product curve. And then in May 2021, we had Uniswap v3. It represented this large advancement in AMM design because it introduced this concept of concentrated liquidity. So this means that liquidity providers could specify over which price range they wanted to provide liquidity, in effect gaining this multiplier on their provisions and leveraging their position. So this has the dual benefits of both increased returns for the liquidity providers and reduced slippage for traders within the specified price range. The downside is that when the price falls outside this concentrated liquidity range, there's zero trading activity, and therefore no fees accrue to the liquidity providers. However, as mentioned earlier, this may not prove to be an issue for related trading pairs. Management introduces complexity which the average DeFi user may not want to or may not be able to handle. And also, since LP positions are NFTs instead of these ERC20 LP tokens, fees are not automatically fed back into the protocol, and therefore the fees don't automatically compound as with the previous AMM designs. Okay, so is it possible to combine the capital efficiency of Uniswap v3 with the minimal slippage of StableSwap? Can we provide liquidity only within a given range, so in other words, concentrated liquidity, while also maintaining the ease of use and minimal position management? And can liquidity providers get higher fees and can traders face lower slippage, like with concentrated liquidity, while also ensuring that the fees are added back to the pool and are auto-compounded without any required intervention? And of course, the answer to all these questions is yes. So enter Gyroscope's E-CLP, the Elliptical Concentrated Liquidity Pool. So Gyroscope's brand new Elliptical Concentrated Liquidity Pool represents this step forward in AMM design and innovation. So the trading curve is constructed from an ellipse from circle, ellipse which is constructed from a circle by applying a series of linear transformations. So first it's stretched with the center at its origin, and then it's rotated, and finally it's shifted. Trading occurs along the side of the ellipse, which is monotonically decreasing. The E-CLP provides pool constructors a greater number of parameters to tinker with and to optimize the shape of the trading curve, to optimize capital efficiency in the specific market use case. So let's construct an E-CLP ourselves and see how changing the parameters can optimize the curve for certain use cases. Okay, so start off with the circles centered in the origin, our classic x squared plus y squared equals radius squared. The circle is then stretched into an ellipse by this factor lambda. You can see the corresponding matrix which represents this linear transformation. The ellipse is then rotated anti-clockwise by angle phi. Again, there's the linear transformation. And finally, the ellipse is translated by some vector AB, such that the new origin is now at AB. So as you can imagine, the combination of all these parameters, the stretch factor lambda, the rotation angle phi, and the translation vector AB, provides this ton of flexibility with which to optimize the E-CLP for particular use cases. So for example, stretching the ellipse increases its eccentricity, which means that the ellipse has this broader, flatter area and allows for lower slippage trades similar to stable swap. Then rotating the ellipse can increase or decrease the peg price, which is where the slippage is minimized. And shifting the ellipse allows the constructor to alter where it intersects the x-axis and the y-axis. So in other words, to alter where the price range over which the E-CLP accepts these trades. So the E-CLP provides concentrated liquidity similar to Uniswap v3 by constraining trading to within this trading range, alpha to beta. The prices alpha and beta are determined by the slope of the ellipse where it intersects the x and y axes. The next interesting parameter of the E-CLP is the peg price, which is the price where the ellipse is at its flattest, and therefore it's the price where there is the lowest price impact. So note that the peg price doesn't have to be symmetrical around 1, unlike stable swap, and this is because of our ability to translate that ellipse anywhere. So this is super useful in use cases where perhaps you want to focus most of the liquidity in the upper bound of the trading curve, but you also want to reserve some liquidity for low probability cases nearer the lower bound. Mathematically, the peg price is calculated as the tan of the rotation angle phi. To see this, note how the peg price gradient line, when extended, creates this angle phi with the x-axis. Interestingly, the peg price doesn't even have to lie within the trading range. In this case, the price impact of a given trade increases as you move away from the peg price. In other words, the convexity of the trading curve increases as you move away. So this can be useful where you want most liquidity focused at one end of the trading range. Okay, so now you can understand the key parameters in our UI for the E-CLPs. Alpha and beta are the price constraints, the peg price, and lambda the stretch factor. Okay, so let's discuss some of the benefits of the E-CLP. Liquidity where you need it. Unlike stable swap, the E-CLP's asymmetric price ranges allows you to unevenly distribute liquidity within its finite and concentrated range. So for example, where prices are bound from above by 1 and from below by 0.5, but are expected to trade mainly around 1, the E-CLP can unevenly distribute liquidity at the upper end of the range. Using the curve of an ellipse allows for these highly customizable trading curves, and the E-CLP can be calibrated to approximate any desirable trading curve. There's also low operational burdens on liquidity providers. So unlike with Uniswap v3, all liquidity providers to E-CLPs are within a given price range or a single tick. So this means that liquidity providers don't have to actively manage their position between ticks, making it easier to passively manage their position. Setting the shape of the trading curve on initiation transfers the burden of liquidity profile management to pool constructors and away from the liquidity providers. So in Uniswap v3, with extreme flexibility comes extreme responsibility, and LPers are required to set their own liquidity profile by combining these v3 positions as we discussed. So this may be practical for highly sophisticated DeFi users, but it's not always practical for everyone. And the lack of need for active position management with the E-CLP avoids this arms race as liquidity providers scramble to update and optimize their positions with the incoming new market information. So this also allows for lower barriers for entry for liquidity providers. Just join the pool on the Gyro UI and let the E-CLP do the rest. So Gyro's E-CLPs marry the user experience and simplicity of StableSwap AMMs with the benefits of concentrated liquidity of Uniswap's v3. So the best of both worlds. Okay, rounding things off, we'll talk about the E-CLP's use cases. So the E-CLP is currently heavily featured in the Gyroscope system. The secondary markets for the GYD stablecoin, where trading is expected to occur between the price bounds set by the primary markets, mint and redeem quotes, liquidity is concentrated around the peg level of 1. But some of it is unevenly distributed to the lower levels for niche situations where the redemption price is at a discount. So unlike StableSwap, liquidity would not be provided by the E-CLP for prices above 1, where we would not expect trading. This is because, of course, arbitrageurs are expected to mint at the price of 1 and sell into the secondary market, ensuring that there is that upper bound at price 1. Also, in our reserve vaults, concentrated liquidity means that there's increased swap fees caused by trading activity between the stablecoin reserve assets. So then this helps to bolster the reserve health in the long run. The reserve vaults are currently implemented in the Gyro dynamic stability mechanism, like primary markets. And one of the reserve assets is the LP token to the LUSD CurveUSD E-CLP. Okay, so for both Lido's staked ETH and Liquidity's LUSD, trading occurs within the specified price range bounded by mint and, by the mint and redeem prices of the derived assets. Again, there's no need for any liquidity to be maintained outside this trading range, so the E-CLP can be calibrated to concentrate liquidity to fit the market conditions. So benefits over StableSwap, as mentioned before, include not wasting liquidity provision to parts of the trading range that should never occur, for example, above the mint price or below the redemption price. And pool creators can set pool parameters upon construction to optimize liquidity provision given the current trading market data and any other factors such as tokenomics, which could affect the price and trading activity of the pair. So another huge benefit of the E-CLP is our use of these things called rate providers. So what happens in an AMM when one or more of the trading assets is a yield-bearing asset? So for example, you've got Lido's wrapped staked ETH and wrapped ETH pair. The wrapped staked ETH is designed to keep your balance fixed, while your balance of the underlying staked ETH increases over time. So we'd expect, as the external market price changes between the two assets, driven in part by this yield, the AMM price would become stale and is only brought back into market equilibrium by arbitrageurs. But the problem is the arbitrageur's profit is the liquidity provider's loss in this zero-sum game of trading. To reflect the yield and the change in prices, liquidity providers in other concentrated liquidity pools have to actively manage their position and manually shift their liquidity to fit their desired liquidity distribution. But in contrast, the E-CLPs use these external rate providers, which allow the yield to be endogenous to the pricing model. So in other words, you can see in the animation on the right, the liquidity distribution with E-CLPs with yield-bearing assets shifts to the right over time as the yield naturally changes the relationship between the assets of the trading pair. So this prevents the need for arbitrage and allows the yield to end up in the hands of the liquidity providers instead. This is great news. It means that liquidity providers can rehypothecate their yield-bearing assets and add liquidity provision yields and other external incentives to gain some juicy cumulative yield. So we actually recently teamed up with Aave to launch these brand new Aave rehype pools, where liquidity providers can provide Aave static A tokens and enjoy the yield of Aave lending, with the yield from AMM liquidity provision, with external third-party incentives for LPing, and finally, brand new Gyroscope spin points. And they're all available from our UI today at app.gyro.finance. Okay, so in conclusion, E-CLPs, elliptical concentrated liquidity pools, combine the user experience and auto-compounding of curved stable swap pools with the concentrated liquidity and asymmetrical liquidity distribution of Uniswap v3's concentrated liquidity pools. With a ton of parameters to choose from, E-CLPs provide this huge amount of customizability for specific use cases. And they're already being used today with stablecoins and LSDs and have a TVL of over $25 million. And in the future, we're planning to add updatable parameters to allow for this more dynamic E-CLP. So the E-CLP is integrated with top order routers such as 1inch, Balancer, and OX. The smart contracts are audited by some of the leading names in the industry. And our team is supported by some big players in DeFi. So yeah, that's the end of my presentation. I'll end with this slide summarizing the differences between the different AMMs I discussed.
Will we have the slides up as well? I do. All right. So I'm guessing some of you are probably wondering what this young kid on the stage is going to tell you about Web3 that you don't already know. So I'm actually here to tell you about a secret superpower that all of you have. So this superpower is something that Web3 gives to every community, every project that we may be a part of, and it also empowers all of the users and the community members. So how many of you here are working with, let's say, any Web3 community or some Web3 projects? Perfect. By the way, tell me, how many of you have also earned any airdrops in your journey so far? Great, not so many. So I guess this superpower is still quite secret. So I'm going to reveal that today. So before that, let me just very quickly share a bit more about my own journey. So my name is Sam, or short for Sambhav. I'm the CEO of Intract. Before this, I used to work at the world's largest private equity firm called Blackstone. It has more than $1 trillion worth of assets under management. I think it's been making the waves a bit lately because of its sister company BlackRock, which has been casually pumping a few trillions of dollars into crypto and pumping our bags as well. So anyway, when I was working there, I got to work with so many exciting founders, bunch of cool Web3 companies as well, and got to see this one specific company grow from a very small early stage shop to having more than 40,000 employees, and we helped it IPO on NASDAQ eventually for a market cap of $10 billion. And on that day, I thought to myself that the next IPO that I want to work on should be not just for a company that I've invested in, but for a company of my own. And that's for the first time when the thought of Intract started in my head. So what does Intract do? When we started building in Web3, very quickly, the issues kind of began to surface. The wallets, the terminology is still so complex. I've personally gotten scammed myself a couple of times, despite being able to claim that I know a bit about Web3. And so it's just that the user experience, even today, is completely messed up. And so what Intract does is that it's a solution to a lot of these problems. How can we leverage token and the power of tokens that community offer to simplify the user experience for everyone in Web3, and also make sure that every new project has the superpower to actually acquire new users and also be able to retain them. So let me talk a bit more about what I mean by this, right? So what we call this is that it's token-led growth. So how many of you perhaps hold tokens of communities that you're, very passionate community members of? Perfect. So I think a lot of us do, right? And that's kind of why we are also in Web3. So this token is a unique way that's never existed in this world before for a company that's launching its token to align every single community member that there is. Now this community member could be a user, right? You have users that you want to get to try out your product, become your early adopters, become your whales, or become your loyal community members. You also have influencers that you want to become your advocates and ambassadors. You have partners that you want to integrate with, and you want to be able to make sure that they can amplify your use cases. So all of them in some way are helping your protocol, your project, your community grow. But the way that you actually align the incentives that they can share in that value creation journey of the growth that happens with you is through that token. And so this is where Intract comes in, right? What we kind of do is we help you use this token in a way, use the power, the incentives of that token in a way that you can actually bootstrap all of this growth. Now imagine that in the normal world, right? How long did it take for an Airbnb or some huge marketplace or social network to reach the scale that they finally did? It's taken years because it takes a lot of network effect for them to finally be able to reach that stage. But what Web3 does is that it's actually the complete opposite. What you do is, like, you say that I'm a very early project, and the earlier a member becomes a part of my community, the more incentives and the more share of value creation you can actually enjoy. So now what Web3 does is that actually, rather than waiting for you to become huge before you have a very strong brand that people want to associate with, Web3 actually incentivizes even early stage projects to get new users, because the earlier a user is to a community, the more chances there are that the share of the upside is going to be that much higher. And so you can use this to kind of break your cold start problem. And what Intract does is that it gamifies this entire experience. How we do it, we call these quests. So what are quests, right? Let's say you want your users to buy from you for the first time. Or, you have a user, a very loyal user, you want them to refer to other friends that they have who can also become your users. You want to incentivize your influencer to talk about you as if you're the best thing that's ever happened in the world. Now what quests do is that they gamify all of these different tasks that you can now give for your community to complete. And as soon as they complete all of it, we verify it for you. We give them points, we create a leaderboard, we gamify the entire experience. And it is basically a place where the entire community engagement is gamified on chain, on Intract. So these quests are not just something that exist in my head. These have so far on Intract helped the most successful companies in Web3 become even more successful, be it Metamask, be it Binance, Polygon, Linea, Starknet, Coinbase, Base, all of these have run their campaigns on Intract. They have, for instance, if I can talk a bit about Linea, just in 10 days, we got more than 2 million on-chain users to bridge over $600 million, and that's just in the matter of a week to 10 days. And so that's the power of Quest, that's the power of incentives, that's your secret superpower that any Web3 community, any project can leverage in order to be able to bootstrap your initial growth. When you sign up on Intract, you of course get our entire community. We have a community of more than 12 million on-chain users now. So when you launch a quest on Intract, you automatically get visibility with this entire rich user base that's eager to try out your product for the first time. We have several case studies of successful campaigns that we've run in the past, and also just for a limited time, if you sign up on Intract, you get a lot of free credit. So you get all of our expertise, you get our promotion, you get our help, you get our support, all of it for free, up to $25,000 worth of credits. So this is for a limited time only, and I'm sure all of you have a lot to benefit from by running these quests. Just quickly wrapping up, I think the reason why I've been able to build such a successful implementation of the secret superpower of Web3 to help so many products and projects in this community grow is because of the incredible team that we have put together, and also the brilliant investors who've supported us in our journey to be able to achieve our vision. And with that, I think that's the end of the presentation. But if you have any questions, or if you have any questions later, I'm reachable here, and I'm more than happy to answer them or help your community also grow using your secret superpower. Anyway, thanks.
Yes. Hello. Okay, hello everyone. So I would like to speak about some developer tooling. So if anyone is listening, we are Aki and we'll be presenting open source framework that everyone can use. It's called Wake. So hi, I'm Joseph. I'm CEO of Aki Blockchain, and we are basically auditors, but the good auditors audit, the best auditors create open source. It's like Trailbits, OpenZeppelin, and Aki. And we are happy to be in this space thanks mainly to our clients and partners. So all the open source couldn't be possible without our clients such as 1inch, Lido, Safe, or Axelar. And also we received grants in the very past from Ethereum Foundation. We are getting grants from Solana Foundation and from Coinbase. So thank you guys for supporting the open source. So what is Wake? We call it sometimes a Swiss knife because it integrates basically all the tooling the Ethereum developers need. So the first thing the developer needs is a testing framework. So basically if you know Brownie, for example, or Hardhat, so this is something that we do as well. But of course the motivation is not to be just another tool. Something we do very specifically is fuzzing. I'll get to it later. And also we integrate into the tool static analysis. So if you know tools such as Slither, so you have it here in one tool. You have the possibility to have security detectors in this tool. And we also have something called language server, which allows further UI enhancements. How does it look? Wake is written in Python. Maybe you will ask, why Python? The trick we use is basically we are transforming the Solidity code using PyTypes to Python. That's what Wake does on the background. And with this transformation, the debugging can be then done on Python tooling. If you know Solidity, it's very hard to debug in Solidity. The debugger is not production ready. So we transform this issue basically to Python. And you can see it in action. This is just a Python debugger debugging Solidity smart contract. So if you're familiar with the Python tooling, you can very easily debug any smart contract written in Solidity, and you don't have to do anything extra. So we wrote this because we needed this tool. We as auditors are debugging all the time, and this is something we have been missing. So it's the first part of what Wake does. Then we can do some crazy stuff. Of course, there are fuzzers, for example, in Hardhat. But fuzzing is a very powerful technique, for example, in DeFi. Are there any DeFi builders in the room? Yes. So what we do with fuzzing is basically we can create a model of the DeFi protocol in our framework, and then we can write a set of fuzz tests, and we can be fuzz testing the model against the deployed contract. Because, for example, rounding errors in DeFi, it's very hard to find it by just looking at the code. So it's better to run some fuzz tests. And by this approach, basically, we are testing the model, we are testing the on-chain deployed contracts, and we are just looking if it's returning the same results. Sometimes it's not, and then it's a problem. So by this technique, which is then very easy to implement, we can basically test the things that the auditors miss, and everyone can do it. It's open source. Then, of course, we have integrated the detectors. So if you're on Slither, we have, I think, much better UI, and we are focusing on detectors that have very low false positive ratio. So we have this kind of like output on the command line. And it works. This is the table of findings. Basically, we discovered using Wake, not by manual code review, but purely the tool found it. So we have one medium issue in Lido. It was discovered like 1 month ago. We have medium issues in Axelar. Of course, some critical issues in DeFi protocols. So it kind of works. And maybe you would be skeptical about the performance because it's in Python. But we have rewritten all 271 Uniswap V3 tests in free frameworks. So there's a massive test suite. And basically, we have rewritten the tests in Brownie, Ape, and Wake. These are harder tests. and we have tested the test suite against 3 chains. And the result, we are, as a Wake, optimizing for Anvil. So on Anvil, we are the fastest framework that's running over this whole massive test suite. We are able to finish the 271 tests in over 3 seconds. So we have more like 10x to Brownie, for example. So it's fast. And here, if you would like to see some kind of like big picture, this is how it compares to other frameworks. I'll give you a second to take a picture if you want to. And as I told, we have also the language server, which is kind of like possibility to create a UI on top of Wake, which is a command line tool. And our UI is called Tools for Solidity. It's VS Code extension. You can find it on the VS Code Marketplace, of course for free as well. And it's just front end for Wake. But we can then have such nice outputs directly in the VS Code that, for example, here on the left, you can see the detections the Wake made on the background. And the output is directly visible to the developer as he writes the code in VS Code. The installation is just one click. You just install the extension, and it on the background installs all the Wake dependencies, so you don't have to do anything. And you have these very nice outputs directly in the developer environment. And also it allows to highlight the vulnerabilities, so you see exactly which line is, for example, I know, possible entrancy. And also nice feature, we are somehow visualizing the test coverage. So if you write tests in Wake, you see which code is covered by visual indication. And if you want to see how the extension stands against the other extensions, so this is also a kind of like summary of the VS Code extensions that are available on the marketplace. If you want to, you can take a picture. And we think we are the most future-rich extension right now. So this is it. If you would like to try the Wake framework, use the QR code, or just go to Get Wake and install the PIP package, or install it by compiling the source. Thank you for listening, and see you around.
Hello, we'll take a short break and we'll be back with our next session at 11:45. Hi folks, thank you for your patience. Our next speaker will be starting soon, Ethereum IBC. So we'll be starting soon, as soon as he arrives. Thank you.
1, 2. Vasa, 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 vasa. That'll be good because I'll be standing here and then it will be good. Yeah. Is there a timer? Yeah. I'll figure this. So you tell me. So let's do that. Awesome. Thanks everybody for coming. I think we are on time, so I'll just start. Hey everybody, my name is Joseph, and I won't bore you with all of this stuff, but I'll bore you with something else. I'll tell you about like what we created and why I want to share this with you. So I'm the founder of Pawn. Pawn is a lending protocol. Essentially what we want to deliver is DeFi mortgages backed with like any asset, fully on-chain, fully non-custodial. And for that, we kind of needed data. So the story starts with like me basically trying to get a regular mortgage, coming to a bank, being like a crypto native, earning my salary in ETH, and then coming to branch office and like showing them my contracts, showing like all of the stuff about me, and then being laughed at because I didn't make any real money. I got upset because, well, hey, I pay taxes on it, right? Like how they can tell me that I'm not actually making any money. So I started basically faking having a fiat income. I turned my contract into fiat one. I was the good boy. It took me almost 2 years to like build up a credit score. And I went to the bank again. Everything seems fine. They gave me this form which had like one extra check mark, which basically said, do you own, are you trading, or are you anyhow exposed to cryptocurrencies? I was like, yeah, well, I just gave you the contracts with the Ethereum Foundation, so the hell I am. So I take that and boom, that's the end of the story about me getting a mortgage. And I got upset because, well, what the hell, I did everything right, yet I work in this industry that's like currently being hated and like that's not really getting like, the treatment it deserved from like the traditional financial institutions. So I was like, screw it, we'll just start our own thing that's focused on the crypto natives. That's focused on people who are already in crypto, who have their wealth in digital assets and who are here to stay. And that's how we essentially started. And we also wanted to like understand, okay, that's our premise. Our premise is like there is a big enough market of crypto natives. So let's actually look into the data. Let's look into how deep this market actually is. So I'm going to talk about how do we define the crypto native economy, and we are going to look into the fees that were paid on the different like infrastructure chains, like L1s, L2s, and some daps, and then what we can learn from that. This is a too long didn't read of the reports that we publish every year. We already published 3 reports. The last one has over 40 pages. So if this gets you interested, then you'll have a ton of reading afterwards. So what is the crypto native economy? We define it as the economic demand which happens transparently on-chain. So it's essentially the user-paid fees. It's the transaction fees on layer 1, layer 2 blockchains, maybe in the future like layer 3s. And it's also the fees that people pay to the dApps, to the protocols which are living on these chains. So decentralized exchanges, LP fees, bridging fees, marketplace fees, royalties, if you will. What's also considered is basically the share on liquid staking, but only the fees part, not the yield. So we're about to mention what we didn't cover, but like perhaps should have. So we didn't look into revenues of centralized exchanges, which are happening like in their own tracks, like in their own bank accounts. We didn't consider any consulting or like developer payment fees. We didn't consider DAO paid salaries and DAO treasuries, even though they definitely could be considered part of the crypto native economy. And like some of these treasuries are, of the size of like billions of dollars. And as mentioned, we also didn't really take in like any yield from lending or the general like liquid staking and validations. We purposefully didn't include mining and token rewards. And obviously, like that's a big chunk of the potential revenue, as you could perceive, like the different like agents and players in the ecosystem, basically making money just on mining or making money from like farming airdrops or whatever. But we just don't think this is the sustainable way. So if we want to understand the sustainable part of the economy, we just discounted these, and for the purpose of our report, we don't care. There's few limitations worthwhile to mention. You can also read this into more detail in the report itself. So all of the numbers that you're going to see are denominated in US dollars. Bunch of these protocols are taking a fee in their native currency. So basically the exchange is considered at the time and price of the transaction. So that's one of the major limitations, because a lot of the numbers are following the price action. But we are looking at two parameters. One is the fees, and the second one is the users. So you should kind of be able to abstract from just the price movement. In the last report, we also excluded some minor categories like gaming, prediction markets, and insurance. That's for the lack of data, and also because like the assumption is that these are fairly small now. There's no other reason. It's just not there. So let's look into the 2022 numbers. So in 2022, the fees on L1s range up to $5.44 billion. 80% of that is just Ethereum mainnet, or was just Ethereum mainnet. The DApp fees were about the same size, which already is an interesting aspect. So the fees in dApps were almost 6 billion, and the top 20 dApps are basically covering 87% of all of those fees, out of which just the NFT marketplaces were 43%. So you can see what the NFT hype actually did to the market. The other worthwhile to mention category is DEXs. There was 32% of the fees. The other one, yield aggregators, liquid staking. Bit of it is lending, but the majority was actually NFT marketplaces, and the largest chunk of this was OpenSea. So OpenSea in like 2022 actually made something over $1.3 billion just in the fees paid to them as a marketplace, which was, I mean, if you consider the treasuries in some of these DAOs, that actually is a pretty decent return on investment there. So 2023 numbers. What has changed? And again, this is just a too long didn't read. You guys should look into the report and like even validate our data if you feel something is off. So what we concluded, feel free to disagree, is that the 2023 was the year of the bottom. So the bottom happened sometime in like September, October, in terms of the user interest and basically the money being like paid in these on-chain services. The narratives that picked up the most were liquid staking tokens, liquid staking derivatives, and L2s, quite naturally. And the narratives that faded away were metaverse and NFTs. But there is one exception on the NFT side. In the last report, we also added retrospect on kind of the macro dating like from 2020. So there's the overall like macro trend visible in the last report. So on the layer one side, the revenue, if you will, of the L1s was $4.5 billion. It's roughly 17% drop since 2022. It's not a huge drop considering what was happening with the market, but it's also not really showing that there would be any like major pickup in 2023. Here we compared Ethereum, which basically had the total dominance in 2022 to all of the other L1s combined. So you can say that Ethereum has lost its like major dominance, but there is another interesting aspect that I'm going to dive into just in a few. So this is a comparison since 2020. You basically see the last bull market, 2021, Ethereum made roughly like $10 billion in just fees. 2022, the number was dropping, likewise with all of the other L1s, where Ethereum was actually more stable. And in 2023, the numbers basically like even out. I mean, Ethereum still made the most in terms of L1s, but it's losing the relative dominance. So here you can basically see the movement of the fees like throughout the year, and you can also tell that the user base is pretty much stable. So this is all based on like the price movements. And the conclusion as well is that the user base indeed is like very stable on Ethereum. It's also true for Bitcoin. Here's another very important graph though. So even though Ethereum as an L1 has been losing its like relative dominance in the L1 sector, this is a comparison of transaction count on the Ethereum L2s versus Ethereum as a mainnet. So as you see, like already in February last year, there were more transactions on Ethereum L2s than on the mainnet itself. And if you actually connect all of these numbers all together, then, well, Ethereum is definitely not going anywhere. With Bitcoin, and does anyone have a hunch like what happened in November, December to Bitcoin last year, and why the fees basically made Bitcoin relevant again? Any guesses? Ordinals, yeah. So, well, even though like Bitcoiners might hate ordinals, well, actually, well, if ordinals didn't happen, we wouldn't have Bitcoin in the report because it wouldn't matter. But overall, Bitcoin definitely shows a relatively stable user base over the years. So it's definitely also going to stay here. Again, another comparison of active users, so like monthly active users of Ethereum, relatively stable despite a major drop in the market. And the last year also considers the large movement of people to the L2s. So don't see this as like users are going away. They're just migrating to L2s now. Another interesting contender here is actually Tron. Sorry to break your hearts, like if you're from the Ethereum crowd, but Tron actually shows like significant uptake in users and is actually the second blockchain in terms of user paid fees on the chain. Bitcoin, again, the most stable user base out there. The fees basically behave or like follow the price movement. 2023 and 2022 numbers would be exactly the same if ordinals didn't happen. BNB chain, likewise as Tron, is actually also having like a decent traction with users. It reports like more monthly active users than Ethereum, but it doesn't have the entire L2 infrastructure. So here is just a letterboard, like these numbers are in millions of dollars. So it's basically Ethereum with $2.4 billion in user paid fees. There is Tron, there is Bitcoin, BNB, Avalanche, and this is kind of the top 5, and the rest is well, the cheap chains, if you will. But anything beneath Solana, we don't have to talk about because like those are another order of magnitude lower than anything that you see here. So on daps, there was a bigger drop, $3.4 billion. If Ethereum is the one L1 blockchain, then Uniswap is to DEXs what Ethereum is to L1 blockchains. Definitely had a decent track. It's again the one DEX that rules them all. Liquid staker fees, it's like a new industry. So, and that's the one example, the one exception where we actually considered like some portion of validator fees. Or like validator rewards, but just the fee part of it. So this is like how much these protocols keep from the validator fees. Anything wrong with this graph? Any hunch? Glad you asked. Lido is here. So Lido is basically dominating or has dominated the liquid staking fees captured by the protocol itself. Lending protocols, there are basically 3 worth mentioning: Aave, Compound, and Venus. The other ones are relatively growing, like if you consider the data again back to 2022. I'm going to slide through this. NFT marketplaces, that was a big thing in 2022, especially 2021. It's basically a race to zero right now. You can see the uptick in like 2021, 2022. Two reasons. Well, A, the narrative has faded, but also there was so much competition that it was basically a race to zero for the fees. So fees on these like platforms like dropped to nothing. But the user base like still is somewhat there. It's not as hot as before, definitely, but it's not completely dead market. Definitely cooled down. And now the interesting part, and that's why I think like Ethereum definitely has a lot to offer. These are the L2 fees since 2021. So you basically see like Arbitrum, OP mainnet, ZK Sync, Starknet. They are basically outcompeting anything that's below top 5 of the L1 blockchains. And this is all Ethereum. So the L2 market seems to be actually quite more interesting than a whole lot of the alternative L1s out there. So I'm already over time, I guess, so I'll just quickly conclude. So from the numbers that we see now for 2024, seems like 23 was the bottom. There's a huge migration of people to the L2s, which, I mean, everybody knew. We just like wanted to validate it. DApp usage went from hype to core, so now we are seeing like liquid staking derivatives like L2s, bridges, and these types of things. User base is steady, so the users actually not necessarily follow the price. There is already a significant amount of users. The fees, though, are kind of following the price. And yeah, as seen with the cases such as like Uniswap, Lido, there's still a huge space and a huge like opportunity in the market to like bring up like new innovative products there. I'll stop here, so you can read the 40 pages of the report. Special thanks to Victor. There's a guy with the cab who essentially wrote the report and like all of the reports. And yeah, if you are interested in reading all of these reports, you can go to pond.xyz or cryptonative.pond.xyz. You can scan the QR code as well, and you can read the reports there. Let us know if you agree, if you disagree, if there's something else that you would like to see. We definitely want to dive more into now the Bitcoin L2s and like the data that we perhaps like didn't cover but should have. And yeah, that's it from my end. And don't forget, Banks 82. Do we have time for questions or? Yeah, does anyone have any?
Excuse me, I came a bit late, but just wanted to ask a question about the charts. So the chart there, where it was showing the fees like that, was it showing monthly fees, daily fees, or because there was millions there, there is a chart going there, the months below, but...
It was basically the cumulative fees for the month.
Okay, cumulative fees for the month.
Yep.
Okay, thank you so much. That's super interesting to see.
Thank you for your talk. I was just curious, like with the adoption of the Bitcoin ETFs recently, do you expect any change in these numbers for this year, which is different from previous trends?
I mean, in regards to the impact of ETFs on the fees themselves, I would say like since this is a custody product, which just resolves completely off-chain, the impact should rather be negative because like you then don't have to transact the Bitcoin on-chain. There's no need to pay the fee because it just sits in a custody and like, yeah, but hard to tell. You might see like, you know, spike in price and therefore like the spike in the recounted fee. But I guess my intuition goes like, well, the impact on the fees like shouldn't be as high because it's just like, just a custody product.
And you think it's the same if there will be an Ethereum ETF?
Sorry?
If there's an Ethereum ETF, you expect it to be the same kind of?
Pretty much, yeah, I guess. I mean, these are simple transfers, right? That's not like for Ethereum, I guess like DApp usage is more important and consumes more gas than like simply sending ETH back and forth. So that's the conclusion I would draw, yeah. guess one more question here.
What was the reasoning behind excluding like block rewards for like miners and validators?
Yeah, so because basically these like airdrops, block rewards to me are incentives, right? It's like similar to paying people for like increasing yields with your token and paying people for using your thing. I mean, obviously the logic there is different, like validators and miners are like performing some work for the protocol, you just don't increase TVL. But those they don't reflect the user demand. They don't reflect the economic demand so easily as like user paid fees. So, and also in my eyes, they are not like super sustainable just in terms of like, well, you know, you have halving, you have like the rewards dropping, and well, those incentives will run out eventually. And as well, like I'm kind of like, I'm a positivist. So I'm hoping that the user demand will actually be significant enough to maintain the entire ecosystem. Like, I guess on a very like basic level, I think that if there isn't like enough user demand for providing enough incentives for people to run these networks in the first place, just from paying for usage, then those systems won't last too long.
Thank you.
I'd just like to ask a question here. Do you think that the industry in general is moving from the concept of public goods to a concept where daps, chains make money, and for profits is a big goal in mind for new companies getting into the space?
That's a very good question. So I mean, like ultimately, you know, most of these projects started as businesses. Like all of the L2s, like have an economic model behind them. Like, yeah, optimism is like a nice concept, and like everybody on the team is like super public goods focused, and they do a lot to contribute back to the ecosystem. But ultimately, all of these are businesses. And I don't know how it's going to play out, right? What I hope for is that these businesses that basically now have provably an interest in making sure that the infrastructure remains functional will then contribute back to the core development in terms of you know, funding it as the public good or as a common good, as you will, like as the thing that they will ultimately, the public infrastructure will have to continue and like contributing back to it as a public good.
I see that right now more and more companies are introducing fees, like the interface fee from Uniswap, and generally I think that this is a very good development, because before, when like the company doesn't make money directly from the people using its product, it builds kind of wrong incentives, and it's very hard to value a company based on that if it doesn't make money, because then what are you valuing it based on? And you know, no capitalism happens.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that was it, and we're also over time. So thanks everybody for being here. Thank you for the questions, and see you over there. And also come to Eat Prague in end of May 31st till June the 2nd. EatPrague.com.
We have one more session that was by Mr. Omar Zaki on the Ethereum IBC. So if you're interested, you can stay for that.
How do I... Good. Hello, everybody. I'm Brainjar. I'm the founder of Picasso Network. We've been focused for the past 3 years on introducing and expanding the IBC protocol, which is a transport protocol that has been designed for the Cosmos ecosystem to new ecosystems beyond Tendermint consensus. So we've originally been focused on bringing IBC to the .sama ecosystem. And more recently, we've actually launched Ethereum IBC and also Solana IBC. Why does this actually matter? Mostly because of the fact that all of the other existing bridging protocols out there are centralized and don't rely on light client verification. Because of that, we've actually taken the time and the energy to build these bridging protocols out that can last for centuries and are fully permissionless, fully decentralized, and you only trust the chain. So everyone knows what the problem in DeFi is. It's fragmentation. There is a variety of different protocols out there: Layer 0, Axelar, Wormhole, all different types of bridges that are being used currently to move assets between different ecosystems. Also generalized message passing. The problem with a lot of these protocols is if they haven't been hacked already, the reason why these protocols are hackable is because there is this massive centralization vector that they introduce when building out these bridging protocols. As an example, Axelar has a set of validators. These validators essentially act the same way that, very similar to the way Wormhole Guardians act, in that they receive, a state transition from one chain and basically turn around to the other chain and say, "Trust me, bro, this is all good. Feel free to proceed with the bridging." We looked at this and we said, okay, 10 years from now, do we really want to rely on somebody in the middle of this protocol, in the middle of these different chains, to tell us it's okay to bridge? So we were looking for a protocol that could really be decentralized and could really allow us to provide these, 3 key features: trust minimization, censorship resistance, and permissionlessness. Having a bridging protocol that allows you to, not have your funds frozen by a guardian, not have to wait 30 minutes for someone to say, "Trust me, bro." And then the third component is, not even having the "trust me, bro" component is really valuable as well. So just, concretely, what does this actually mean? Basically, we take, consensus proofs and block headers from different chains and send them to each other for validation by light clients on every chain. So to architect a protocol like this, we decided we needed a dedicated chain to be able to serve as this kind of hub chain for all these different interactions. So Cosmos is 50 plus different chains. They're all already speaking this protocol. And so we decided, we want to be part of the Cosmos ecosystem, in that we want to make a layer 1 dedicated for this purpose, and can we then use this chain to expand these, the existing Cosmos ecosystems, but also to expand, connectivity between Ethereum and Solana and other ecosystems over IBC. So what this actually looks like is, we have our own L1, it's called Picasso, and we connect to Cosmos, Ethereum, Polkadot, Solana, and many more chains in the future, specifically over IBC. So to make a chain IBC enabled is not just like layer 0 or Axelar where they just like deploy a contract. We actually have to build the light clients necessary to be able to have the communication between the chains. So this has taken us 3 years to build, basically. The ability to bridge assets between any of these ecosystems is quite a lot of effort to put in to be able to make this work, but once it's done forever, basically. So the other component that we're excited about because of IBC is also restaking. So a lot of people have been memeing Picasso as, you know, the first Solana restaking layer. The reality is we're actually hoping to do generalized restaking. So, you know, if you have a bridging protocol that actually works and can securely pass messages from one ecosystem to another, that's been the main issue for restaking, right? Like, EigenLayer exists on Ethereum, you know, Babylon is also doing, you know, Bitcoin restaking. But none of these different ecosystems have a secure way of speaking with each other. And because of that, there's no way to introduce generalized restaking. So for us, we looked at this problem and we said, the only real reason why generalized restaking doesn't exist is because there is no bridging protocol. And so, you know, we're rolling out generalized restaking. We already have Solana restaking. We'll be introducing TIA restaking, you know, ETH assets as well. But the beauty of this is that all of these different vaults can speak to each other over IBC. So just a little bit more about why this is so hard and what the architecture actually looks like. Basically on Ethereum, we have a light client of Tendermint. To receive blocks from the Cosmos ecosystem, we need to be able to snark ED25519 signatures and also receive the consensus proofs from Cosmos and be able to understand them on Ethereum. And then on the Ethereum side, we also need to be able to understand, you know, the consensus of Ethereum, the recent state transitions, and all the necessary proofs required to be able to move funds back and forth. So this is basically what the architecture looks like. We've been working with Succinct to introduce the ZK circuit necessary for snarking of the signatures. And yeah, basically like from there, Picasso connects to, you know, Solana, Cosmos, all the other ecosystems that we connect to over IBC. So who actually cares about this stuff? Well, basically everybody should care about IBC because in 5 years from now, do you really want, you know, if layer 0 bridges you to base and then they decide to shut you off because of whatever reason, they could do that. You can't do that with IBC. So we've been working with a variety of different people to actually like roll out use cases of Ethereum IBC, primarily on the DeFi side, but we've also been looking, you know, working with different rollups as a service, different DeFi protocols and different ecosystems as well. So more on this another time. So where actually are we with Ethereum IBC? So we've launched this 2 weeks ago. So it's like, you know, there's been a lot of different teams like Polymer and, you know, a variety of different teams out there working on Ethereum IBC. We are the first to launch it. We already have transfers live between Ethereum and Cosmos. We announced that we're introducing a Frax pool on Osmosis and also a USDT pair on Curve. So currently I would say we're in phase 1 where sort of everything is, you know, kind of beta, and we're moving very soon to phase 2 where basically, you know, there will be this Solana integration as well, which Solana is coming out this week. It already is live. We haven't announced it to the public yet. Our hope is that people will then, if you have Solana IBC and Ethereum IBC, like that's a real competitor to Wormhole. So the hope is phase 2 becomes turbocharged with the fact that we have Solana integration as well. Solana IBC is faster and cheaper than Wormhole. It takes 30 seconds to go from Cosmos to Solana. So hoping that, the path to Ethereum and back is cheaper than competition. Because, it's obviously nice to be trust minimized, censorship resistant, permissionless, but we also need to make sure we're faster and cheaper. So phase 2 is becoming more engaged this week and, will continue over the next few months as well. So now that we have Ethereum IBC, Solana IBC, generalized restaking, what are we actually doing with all this stuff? Basically, my vision for crypto has always been, can we build a simple application that lets me do anything on any chain? I've been, trying to roll this out for multiple years. The reason why we haven't is because the first issue is bridging. There's no good bridges out there, so we have to build bridges ourselves. Now that the bridges are done, we'll introduce these frameworks for like swaps, lending, cross-chain, all these different cool cross-chain functionalities through an application called Mantis. And as far as further bridges, different teams this week have been speaking to us about, having IBC live on day 1. I think we're interested in next doing Bitcoin. Recent developments with things like BitVM and other VMs on Bitcoin, I think will enable Bitcoin IBC, but still yet to be determined. And yeah, I think that's it. Thank you guys. Questions? Have some water.
Hello? When will the mainnet go live?
So ETHIBC is already live right now.
It's already live. Okay.
So if you go to mantis.app and you hit /Ethereum, you can already bridge assets from Ethereum to Cosmos.
Hey, yeah. Can you go into a bit more detail regarding the economic security that you guys are leveraging with your restaking? So it seems like you're taking Cosmos validators and staking, and then restaking that on these other chains for the most part, and then sort of these receipts that you're passing around are kind of like proof. They're almost like liquid restaking or restaking tokens. But yeah, can you kind of explain how that interoperability is works for me?
Yeah. So like interoperability and restaking are like two. So interoperability works completely without restaking. So like all the bridging, all the proofs, all the light client verification that's happening on different chains, that's all happening without restaking. But when you have a secure system that actually doesn't rely on some guardian in the middle, and so then what's the trust model? The trust model is you're trusting the chains, right? So we're trusting Ethereum, we're trusting Cosmos, we're trusting Solana. If any one of these chains reorgs, the bridge dies, basically. But I think that's a better trust assumption than Axelar getting hacked, basically. So because of this, we then said, can we build a vault on Ethereum? Can we build a vault on Solana? Can we build a vault on, our own chain to take in like Cosmos assets, etc., Ethereum assets, Solana assets, and then build an AVS layer where slashing can happen orchestrated by this trust minimized bridging protocol? And the answer is yes, right? Like there are other people trying to do generalized restaking like Karak and Exocore and other asset agnostic bridging, restaking protocols. But the real truth of the matter is you can't do that without interop, right? So I wouldn't be surprised, for instance, if one of these generalized restaking protocols was powered by like layer 0 or whatever. But the problem is now you have billions of dollars in TVL on different chains secured by layer 0 versus secured by the chain, right? So if I fill up a vault with ETH in Ethereum, I'm trusting ETH. And it's the same exact trust assumptions as I'm trusting Ethereum to bridge from Ethereum to Cosmos. So because of these similar trust assumptions, that's why we're doing the restaking layer on top of the IBC infrastructure. Yeah, which chain? Yeah, so we actually run our own Cosmos chain called Picasso. Sorry? Yeah, it's powered by the Pika token. It connects to Osmosis, Cosmos Hub, Stargaze, all the major chains in Cosmos. And so assets flow from Ethereum to our Cosmos chain, and then from our Cosmos chain to everywhere else, basically. Correct, yeah. Yeah, so
that validator pool.
Exactly. So if Picasso goes, if Picasso reorgs, the bridge will halt, right? Funds will not be lost though, right? It's different than Axelar in that if Axelar gets 51% attacked, all your funds can be stolen. In our model, because it's based on light client verification, if the chain gets 51% attacked, the verification will just fail and funds will not be able to move. So economic security is important, but it's not as important as a centralized system that does require economic security. However, I did mention Ethos. So Ethos is a Cosmos chain that is securing other Cosmos chains using EigenLayer. So we will become one of their chains that they pass us EigenLayer security. So ideally, in a perfect world, we have like 1 billion plus of economic security. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We'll be breaking for lunch, and we'll resume our sessions according to schedule at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Okay. Thumbs up. Hey everybody. My name is Will and I'm a co-founder at Infinex. And it's wonderful to be here on a bit of late notice. I put this presentation together fairly quickly and I'm doing a bit of a different style. Normally I put a lot of like long-term thinking into these talks, but I had a friend who likes to just put images up on the screen and then wing it as they go, which I really like because it means you get a little more impromptu flavor out of it. So I hope you feel ready for me to give that a crack and go easy on me. But it's good to be here. So I'm going to talk through what Infinex is, and the outcome of today's talk will hopefully get you guys excited about it in the same way that I am. So let's get started. Does anyone know where this is? No. Thought maybe. So this is a Bondi to Coogee coastal walk over in Sydney in Australia. Does anyone know who these people are in the image? Neither do I. They come from Google Images, so that would be really funny if you did. So I come from Sydney, Australia. I grew up in the country, but yeah, I moved up to Sydney to work with Kane Warwick for his family office. And for those of you who don't know, he's the founder of Synthetics. And I came up to do some trading for his family office, and but I was sort of moved up to be a bit of an entrepreneur in residence, and we used to go on these walks along the beach, on this very walk here, and we'd talk about the space and what was happening and what we could do to improve it and sort of evolve Synthetics forward. And one of the talks we were trying to figure out, you know, I was trading on Synthetics, so we're thinking about like how easy it is to onboard into the perps engine, or rather how difficult it is. And so we started to think about what we could do to improve that. And we came to the conclusion that, well, very pragmatically, there are some fundamental blockers that are stopping people from trading on something like Synthetics, even though it's a really good perps exchange. So let's imagine you've got Synthetics here, and Synthetics has some group of users that are willing to do all the things you need to do to trade on Synthetics. And maybe they come from the community, they already live on Optimism or Base for V3, they're familiar with SUSD, perhaps they're a Synthetics staker. So they're in that zone, and they're predominantly the people that are trading there in the ecosystem. But there is also, you know, another group of users that live on the other side of the world in Binance land, and there's a lot more of them, basically. About like 98% of exchange volume in derivatives is done on centralized exchanges. So you got this group of people who trade on Synthetics, you got this group of people who don't trade on Synthetics. This is where the party's happening. So very pragmatically, what we decided to do was to build this UX layer. And the very simple job of the UX layer was to make it so that someone who lives on that left side can move over to the right side without having to learn anything new. It's a very simple litmus test. If they can jump the chasm over into Synthetics from Binance without having to learn anything new, then we've done our job with this UX layer. And that's a really simple problem to say at the top, and it's a really good North Star, because you can break it down into a lot of problems. Like, if you think about the amount of things that a normal person in Web 2 has to learn in order to get on chain, you know, they have to have some basic understanding of cryptography in order to like navigate wallets. In order to navigate wallets safely, you know, we place this responsibility on the user to understand what they're doing, and if they don't, then they're going to get rugged or rug themselves or something like that. And so that's just one huge blocker. Like, you would never see a Web 2 company that scales, or like a bank or something like that, put such responsibility on the user. It's unreasonable. Additionally, they need to understand bridges, they need to understand gas, they need to fund their account with ETH. And so there are all these things they have to learn, and just that friction alone is going to stop people from moving over. And so, once again, we want to build this UX layer in the middle that just means they don't have to learn anything. So moving from Binance to Infinex, or to Synthetics rather, would be the same process as moving from Binance to Kraken. And the vision sort of quickly evolved from this idea of a UX layer for Synthetics as we went out and started building it. Because the cool thing about building at the end of a bear market is all of these well-capitalized projects that came out of the last cycle have just been building in all these different directions, and the infrastructure just got so good. So you've got all these account abstraction solutions, MPC wallets, you know, like shitload of L2s. You've got like cross-chain messaging that's affordable and cheap, and this like instant bridging model with market makers that take on the risk of reverts. So we realized if you could solve all those problems for Synthetics, you've actually solved all those problems for anything in crypto. And that's where things get really quite exciting. Because it's one thing to minimize the switching costs from Binance to synthetics. But is that really going to onboard the masses if you think about it? You actually need some reason for someone to get off Binance and go and trade on synthetics. So the first step is to remove the switching costs, but the second step is to give them something to come over there for. And every cycle there seems to be a new winner emerge in the space, and it's usually because they win out on a very specific metric. Like in 2017, Binance came up because they were able to list tokens much faster than anyone else, post ICO. And so if you're trading on Kraken and then there's a token that you want and it's on Binance and it's not on Kraken, then you'll sign up and move a few funds over there, and then if that continues to happen, you'll move over. And the same thing happened in 21 with FTX. In that case, it was really deep liquidity on derivatives that no one else had. So the next question, once you build this UX layer, is what is our edge in the on-chain world that they don't have on a centralized exchange? And I think this is where stuff gets really exciting, because fundamentally what we believe at Infinex is that decentralized systems are actually much more powerful than centralized systems because they serve the customer's needs better. And that's a really weird thing to think about, because one of them is doing so much more volume and having so much more success than the other. So you would think that that's serving the customer's needs better. But if you think about what the customer is actually trying to do on a centralized exchange, they want to get exposure to alternative assets. They want to earn yield. And on-chain products actually do this much better. On Uniswap alone, you have more tokens being listed in 1 week than the whole suite of tokens listed on Binance. That's just crazy. And we see this with meme coins in the latest, like Meta. So that's one avenue by which we can actually improve the model of trading by leveraging composability. So imagine you took Binance and you rip out the engine and you keep the chassis and then you replace it with on-chain protocols. That's actually a better product. If the chassis is built, which is our UX layer, the engine is much more powerful when it's decentralized. And this has extremely exciting flow-on effects, because you've got more spot tokens. Then permissionless lending is a thing that's popping up at the moment pretty hard. So you've got these tokens that are popular. People make pools. You can borrow against them or lend them out. And then all of a sudden you can short these long-tail assets. And if you can short the long-tail assets, then you can list derivatives of them, because then people can hedge against them. And so this flourishing ecosystem starts to be built if you can connect the dots between these disparate systems. And that is a fundamental advantage that we have over a centralized exchange. So how does it work? So what we built is this thing called the Infinex account. And we like to think of it in terms of layers. So all those innovations that I just mentioned before in the infrastructure, they're really just sandwiched together. At the top, we have someone can authenticate into this thing with regular old Web 2 standard authentication. So we're talking passkeys, social authentication, regular MFA. Once again, the idea is they shouldn't have to learn anything new in order to get on. And by building out a security module that has a wide scope of touch points, we can make the accounts recoverable and safe from rugging themselves. And then those Web 2 and familiar like authentication methods, they convert into private keys. And so we have this authentication layer in between that is the interface between the on-chain world and the off-chain world. And there are a bunch of really cool providers that sort that out. We're working with Turnkey at the moment. And then below that we have relayers. So someone has a key embedded in their device or on a server that's constructed with at the authentication side. And then they sign messages that get sent on chain. And then we have this core account layer where we have cross-chain synchronized smart contracts. And there you can think of them like an ACL, basically. So between user operations and the private keys that are required. And so once you have that, you can build one more layer for risk cauterization that connects to the actual apps. So here on the left, we see the synthetics one, and funds can be moved into those accounts and then used on the actual app itself, so that if the app had like a smart contract exploit, you wouldn't end up blowing up the entire account. And so this is the model we're going to play on. We've basically built out Infinex as like a really sturdy platform that just handles all of these problems that would stop someone from being able to onboard into on-chain protocols. And then one by one, we just plug more protocols into that, and we start building out that product suite that will bring people across. So in about a week and a half, we're going to go live on mainnet, and we're doing this program called Speedrun the Waitlist. We have about 230,000 people on this waitlist, or people/robots. We have 230,000 emails. And yeah, so they're all going to be notified that we're up. And what we need to do, though, to sort of scale this thing out so we don't have all these people jump on at once, is we want to let them in piece by piece. So in order to participate, you can create an account and then deposit USDC into that account, and you'll be staking that USDC to earn governance points. So if you're interested in the vision, the best way to get involved is to jump on early and start farming these points, because they have governing power in the Infinex DAO. We have a council model that's a bit of an evolution from the synthetics council model. And yeah, so you know, it's sort of the best way to get buy-in into what we're doing, because ultimately those integrations are going to need to be pushed through governance, and yeah, it's going to be a very powerful distribution channel between builders and users who aren't in the space. So that's what we're doing. That's the end of my little talk. I really appreciate your listening. If you're interested in following the journey, jump on this QR code. We just got our waitlist is up there and our Twitter. And yeah, once again, thanks so much for having me, and I'll see you around. So I forgot to ask, does anyone have any questions?
Can we consider this project as a competitor to centralized exchanges?
Yeah, definitely. It's an interesting one. Have you read Coinbase's secret master plan? That old document. Brian Armstrong wrote it.
No.
So he lays out these phases that he sees, like from the Bitcoin white paper to this utopia where all of finance is running on blockchain rails. And I found it really impressive that even he is like a centralized exchange founder. He believes that centralized exchanges are a temporary solution that bridges, between the Bitcoin white paper and that utopia. And that's sort of what we think too. Because, like I said, the on-chain world serves the customer better than the centralized exchange world. It's just that they're more polished and they're easy to scale without waiting for blockchain infrastructure to scale. And so I think once we match them on the UX level, given enough time as we get more mature, it's inevitable that we're going to take market share from them, because we can just meditate on the market and quickly integrate things that they can't and pass more value onto the user. So that's definitely been the vision from the beginning to take market share from centralized exchanges and do that as a representative for all of the on-chain ecosystems out there.
One more question. I think the only missing piece would be converting fiat to crypto. That's what they have.
Damn, yeah, totally. The cool thing is, I think they've got mega economies of scale at Binance. Like they have their own fiat on and off ramps, and it's just such a hairy thing to go into all these different jurisdictions and sort that out. But you can start very simply, very quickly, going with something like a MoonPay. Basically, you just get like a front-end SDK to implement their app in your app, and people can just fiat into MoonPay, and they do the KYC on their end, and then it just gets forwarded to an address. So on Infinex, you can normally just deposit straight into your deposit address, and you just add this fiat layer on top. It's fairly straightforward. The fees aren't as good as Binance, and the finality won't be as, like the speed won't be as good for a little while, I don't think. It depends what jurisdiction you're in. But again, it's just a maturity thing. I really think the hard part is matching on the UX side. And after that, the pieces are all there. It's just about getting more mature. So I believe we've reached that inflection point now. And the rest is just a matter of time of putting the bricks on the path. But yeah, you're totally right. That's going to be a big one. And especially as new people are coming into the space, as the market heats up and people want to ape into shitcoins. But yeah, once again, it's like such a good example. Like, say someone wants to ape into this really esoteric shitcoin, and they've got fiat. Like, they still can't go through Binance to do that. So like, if you've got fiat direct to the source, it's a more powerful product, even with yeah, more fees or whatever you end up getting. Thank you.
I have a question. You know if Infinex will ever implement spot?
Totally, yeah. We started with perps, and
does that depend on synthetics or?
No, we will probably do something like a mine swap, like a cross-chain swap aggregator. Yeah, like everything that you can do on Binance will have to be able to. There's sort of like table stakes product stuff like spot, derivatives, yield, and then I think there's like a second, more nimble product stream that's just like integrating stuff that's fairly esoteric and new, that like convoluted DeFi schemes of the month or whatever that is. But yeah, I think spot, perps, and staking are the big pillars.
Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
guess that works. Should I put it a bit lower? It's short. Shall I start? All right, so it looks like we can start. Hi everyone, my name is Paulina. I am a verification engineer at Runtime Verification, where I work on developing the tool control that I'm going to introduce today. Runtime Verification is a technology startup providing security services to blockchain as well as some other industries. And in blockchain, not only we do traditional security reviews or audits, but we are also experts in developing and using formal verification tools. And in this talk, I would also try to explain why that matters for security. By definition, security is the state of being free from danger or threat. And as you probably know, at least in blockchain, that's pretty much impossible, even though we should try to get as close to that as we can. If we look at the DeFi protocol and the process of executing its transactions, we would see that there are actually a lot of components in this technological stack, and unfortunately the issue might sneak into any of them. So in the case of a DeFi protocol, there might be issues in the solidity code of the protocol itself. There can be compiler bugs, front-end vulnerabilities, as well as some other potential issues in the lower level layers in this stack. And also, unfortunately, in security, so there is no security in isolation, right? Even if solidity code is correct, it can still be exposed by bugs in compiler or in CPU, a cosmic ray, flipping some bits in some computer's RAM, and so on and so forth. But the good news is that there are some tools that actually help us make sure that all parts of this stack are secure, and Control, the tool I'm going to talk about today, is working on the solidity and EVM smart contract level. So on this slide, I have put some of the existing techniques that can be used for security and correctness assurance of smart contracts based on the level of confidence that they provide us in terms of the security of the implementation we are looking at. And I do know that saying that manual review provides us with this lowest confidence in the results is debatable, but what I want to say is that generally we have no guarantees in terms of how much the particular auditor, how much time he's going to invest, how much effort this person is going to invest in this review, how confident he is in this particular, with this particular implementation. So it is very dependent, the quality is very dependent on the particular individual. At the same time, static analysis provides us with a bit more consistent results in that matter. These tools usually operate on the high-level source code or some intermediate representation, and they typically perform pattern matching to identify some vulnerabilities, some common types of vulnerabilities that exist in smart contracts. Slither is a prominent example of that, and that is they are actually very useful with searching for these common vulnerabilities in smart contracts. However, unit testing, fuzzing, and ultimately formal verification provide us with more and more confidence in the correctness and security of the implementation we are analyzing. And now I'm going to explain why exactly. So that is, let's consider this example that I have prepared for this talk. Let's assume that your project uses this library to perform some arithmetics. And generally, in Solidity development, there are several libraries implementing fixed point arithmetics, so that is just one of them. And assume that your project, so your project uses this library, and this library releases a new version. And this version, among others, contains this change. So even if you are looking at diffs in your dependencies, which I think you should do, you might still, I guess there is a chance to not notice this particular change. So what this function does is multiplication. So it just multiplies x and y. And normally it only reverts if there is an overflow that occurs in this multiplication. But I have also added another condition why it would revert. So I'm forcing it to revert if x is also equal to this very specific, very particular hard-coded value. And I just tried to disguise it very lightly, so it looks like a bit mask and it looks less suspicious, but generally, for the purposes of this talk, I didn't try to hide it very well. So that implementation is actually based on Solidity. That is a library, and there is a link to it on the slide. We actually proved it correct, so this particular function is safe to use if you're not using this modified version. So let's talk about why analyzing that is challenging. And this function, that is a gas-optimized implementation. That is why it's implemented right in assembly. And together with gas optimizations, it also provides some challenges for reasoning about its security. And one of the problems is that because it's an assembly, static analysis tools provide limited support for it because they usually operate on this high level of the source code itself and some high-level intermediate representations. In addition to that, for some of the vulnerabilities, we actually do have compiler checks that are just inserted automatically, and starting from version 0.8, Solidity, for example, inserts this automated checks for overflows. However, in this case, if the smart contract is written in assembly, you won't really get any of these built-in compiler checks. At the same time, in this particular case, we have just added this custom condition for this function to revert. So it's a not standard problem. There is no pattern that would detect it. So none of these techniques would really help in this case. And you actually have a better chance of fighting this just by doing the manual review. But assembly is less readable than source code. So this bad readability also provides additional challenges when it comes to the security of this particular function. So what we can do in order to try to reason about this function's correctness, we can write some unit tests. And here on the slide, I have examples of some of these simple unit tests. What they do, they call this small what function that multiplies two values with some concrete values. So here we have this test small what, and what it checks is that multiplying 5 by 0.5 returns 2.5, and that works. So that provides us a little bit of confidence in the fact that this function actually works correctly because, well, at least it can correctly multiply these two values. Unit testing generally is very useful ever usable. It should 100% be part of any development process. However, the problem is that it provides us with this very limited information about all these possible behaviors that this function can have. We don't really know how it would work on some other values other than these concrete ones that we have tested before. You can increase coverage by just adding more tests, but it would still be hard. It would take a very long time to enumerate all possible values. And you can also, it is recommended to increase coverage by adding more tests that explore different execution paths. So if you have a revert condition, you can, or an if statement, you would like to write some tests that expose both of these branches. However, the problem is that some branches may not be obvious. So in addition to these branches that we see in the source code, or these conditional statements, compiler automatically inserts some of the checks itself. So for example, because this function, all the functions here are not marked as payable, which means they can't accept Ether. So if this contract received Ether, if any of these functions do, then it's going to revert, and that is the compiler introduced checks. So there are more branches than you think most of the time. And the summary here is that unit tests are very useful, can expose some logical flaws, but they only explore a single execution path in a smart contract. So what we can do to increase coverage further, we can do fuzzing. So we can write a more informative test, and we can fuzz it. So here on the slide, that is a Foundry test. So Foundry is the development framework, a very popular one. It's written in Rust. So what it lets us do is to write this more interesting parametric test. As you can see, different from this unit test we were looking at, it now accepts two parameters, x and y. And what we do in the body of this test, we're just checking that if x multiplied by y doesn't overflow, then the result we are getting from mul_bot for multiplying these two values is the same as we would get if we just multiplied them in Solidity. So that is the readable implementation that we can actually inspect ourselves and make sure that it's correct. Alternatively, if it does overflow, then it should revert. So that's what we are trying to see here. This test is going to fail because there is also this specific revert condition that we introduced ourselves. And this test can be fuzzed. So the general idea behind fuzzing is, I think, very well explained by this tweet you can see on the slide, with a joke saying that the QA engineer walks into a bar and orders 1 beer, 0 beers, a lot of beers, -1 beer. So that is what fuzzing does automatically. It just keeps executing this function with random values, hoping to find certain edge cases. And generally, fuzzing also is very useful. It can help uncover some edge cases and some problems. However, that it doesn't find the issue in this particular case. And so it cannot find this revert that occurs if x has this super specific value, because it just is too specific for it to get randomly generated in this limited number of runs. And that is the summary of the fuzzing part. So fuzzing examines a lot of different execution paths. It can uncover a lot of branches and explore the corresponding execution path. However, there is no guarantee that it will examine all of them. And here is how control can help. So different from these other tools that we have considered that perform concrete execution, control uses formal verification, which means that instead of running this code concretely, we're actually going to mathematically prove that the implementation in Solidity and the gas-optimized one are behaving exactly the same way. We have this Foundry integration in control, so we are going to actually analyze the same test. So this test mul_bot function and the one in the previous slide are exactly the same. And we'll just run control on top of this test, and we will see that even though the test is the same, the results are actually different. So control is going to tell us that the proof had failed, and it had failed if it fails if x has this specific long value, which actually corresponds to this 0xFF that I have used in the original implementation. That's just the decimal value for it. So to summarize, because control is different from this concrete from the tools that perform concrete execution, since it is powered by this the act of mathematical proving, control can explore all execution paths and uncover all these possible edge cases. And due to its integration with Foundry, if your project has Foundry tests, you can just give control a try and try to run it on the existing tests, which means that there is little to no need for some additional specification. Control is open source and it's a command line tool. So we actually do recommend running it on CI. We have this GitHub action that you can find the link to on the slide, so you can actually add it and introduce it to our CI, so the tests can be run either periodically or they can be re-triggered by any code change, and that would help ensure that no code changes or no changes in the dependencies introduce any issues that could have been caught by formal verification. And in addition to that, the example I have used in this talk is actually quite simple because I wanted it to fit into 15 minutes. But control can cover a larger set of properties, including security properties, correctness, conformance to the standard. We use it ourselves internally. We use it in the engagements with our clients. So you can actually try to run it. You can run it on the larger code base and verify some more interesting properties, in addition to this equivalence check-in that we have done today between the Solidity implementation for a specific function and a highly gas-optimized one. So that it can also provide you with some guarantees in terms of how exactly your gas-optimized and not very readable code behaves. In addition to that, we also plan to generate ZK proof objects for these proofs that we generate using control, which means that these proof objects would certify that the code that has been verified and the code you're analyzing, the code you are running, and the code that has been analyzed is the same. And these proof objects could also include some verification artifacts that we produce during this mathematical proving. We actually are raising at the moment, so if that is something you're interested in investing, please let us know. And finally, one other thing I would like to mention is that in addition to control, we actually have more tools that we developed at runtime verification. So please feel free to explore them. And one of these tools is Symbolic. Symbolic is a debugger for Solidity. And similar to control, the actual verification happens at the bytecode level. So even though the input is this Solidity contracts and Solidity tests, we actually, as you have seen, we have no problem analyzing inline assembly, and also the code that is being verified is also the same code that would be deployed on chain, and you're going to execute there. So Symbolic is as I said, it's a Solidity level debugger, but since it is powered by control and formal verification, you can explore all possible execution paths, and you also have access to this very detailed EVM level information about the execution stack and generally just the state of the program, the state of the contract that you are looking at. So it has this VS Code interface, so it's very usable, and it hasn't been released yet, but there is a demo that we have published. You can find it via this link that you see on the slide. And in addition to that, we are currently looking for beta testers. So if that is something you would be interested in, please let us know and please sign up. That is all that I had for today. These are some of the socials using which you can stay in touch with us and follow our updates. Please feel free to join our Discord and share your feedback or report any issues you might have encountered when using our tools. And these are also the link to control documentation and GitHub. As I've said, it is open source and it works with seamlessly works with Foundry projects, so that is something you would be interested in. Please give it a try or let us know. And yeah, I guess that is all from me today. Thank you very much. Are there any questions that I can answer? Well, I'd be happy to answer any offline. So thank you.
Second. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, nice. Oh. Here we go. Oh, sweet, it's working. All right. I'm Kenny. I'm the founder and chief economist of Cowrie Labs, which is the company building Shell Protocol. And I'm going to talk to you today about the rise of DeFi super dApps. And my background, just disclaimer, I'm not a developer or an engineer, I'm an economist. And so anytime an economist tells you something, you should take it with a heavy grain of salt. But we do know a few things. I'm going to do a quick outline of the talk. First, I'm going to go over the status quo of DeFi. Then I'm going to talk about the future of DeFi, the path to mass adoption, and then a message for builders. So before I kind of dive into the meat and potatoes of the talk, I want to ask you guys a few questions just to see where people stand. How many of you in the audience have used DeFi before, by a show of hands? Oh, awesome. We got a DeFi native crowd. I like it. How many of you think that DeFi has a good user experience? Okay. Nice. How many of you think that DeFi currently is ready for mass adoption? Okay. So I think I agree with the majority, and the majority agrees with me. So this is good enough to like change anyone's mind, hopefully. So I think there's a problem in the status quo of DeFi, and I think that problem comes with there's unaddressed user pain. And to explain what that pain is, I think it's helpful to talk through a user journey. So in this example, Alice, our prototypical user, she has some crypto assets and she wants to put that to work, earning some yield. And currently she's an LP in Curve. So let's like kind of walk through step by step what she would typically have to do. So the first thing she has to do is open the Curve dApp and see that she's currently earning about 0.7% yield on a USDC USDT pool. Then she goes and checks another dApp. In this example, we'll just say it's Aave. And she goes and sees that if she deposits ETH into Aave, she can get 2% yield. So then step 3, she goes back to Curve. Step 4, she withdraws her USDC. Step 5, she opens Uniswap. Step 6, she swaps her USDC for ETH. 7, goes back to the Aave dApp. And then finally, step 8, she can deposit her ETH into Aave and be done. So what should have been a fairly simple, straightforward process took Alice 3 transactions on 3 dApps for a total of 8 steps. And this isn't just an anecdote. We've done a user survey of 118 respondents of DeFi users recruited from Twitter and Discord. And we found that 93% of them have to send more than 1 transaction when moving between DeFi protocols. 88% of them open more than 1 tab whenever they want to use DeFi. And not so surprisingly, the satisfaction rate is quite low for the DeFi UI UX of only 31%. And the conclusion is that users are dissatisfied with the status quo because they're sending unnecessary transactions while juggling too many tabs. And the root problem, as I understand it, is ultimately users want the ability to access as many DeFi protocols as possible, but they don't want to use as many dApps and front ends as possible. Instead, they want one dApp that has everything. In other words, they want a super dApp. Okay, I've talked about the status quo. Let's talk about the future. Spoiler alert, it's super dApps. Okay. Since I'm using my laptop, I don't have to play the video. I can just show you like a live demo of what a super dApp looks like. And I don't want to shill my own protocol. I mean, I will a little bit, but like the point is just to show you what I mean. And so this is the shell dApp right here. It looks a lot like a swap screen interface where you have your input token up at the top and your output token down at the bottom. And in addition to being able to like swap through tokens over here, you can also interact directly with DeFi protocols. So you can see I'm an LP in this curve pool with USDC and Tether. So I'll select that as my input token. And then for my output token, let's check Aave. I see that I can get 2% APY, so I'll select that as my output token. And I want to move all my tokens between the two protocols, so I'll do max. And I'll swap my token, confirm the trade, sign that with my wallet. And so what's happening under the hood is that Shell Protocol is taking tokens out of Curve, swapping those stablecoins for ETH, and then depositing that into Aave. And if I were to go to the Aave front end, I would see that I have this balance deposited into their ETH pool. So that's just, this is again, not so much to shill Shell, but to just sort of show what I mean by like a super dApp and what they can do. Hold on. Okay, so just to kind of summarize the difference, the status quo requires 3 transactions on 3 separate applications for a total of 8 steps, whereas if you do it with a super dApp, it's only 1 transaction on 1 dApp and only 2 steps. So we're looking at like an improvement of over 3 times. And roughly speaking, like how super dApps work is there's 2 parts to a super dApp. You have the UI UX, which is able to support any type of DeFi protocol. And then you have the smart contract middleware that can integrate with and connect all the different DeFi protocols. So in other words, a super dApp's front end and back end must be compatible with every different type of DeFi protocol. And super dApps are the path, in my opinion, they're the path to mass adoption. And why is that? Well, the status quo of DeFi is very siloed and fragmented between many different dApps on many different chains. But with super dApps, DeFi is going to become flat and modular. With one simple interface, users are going to be able to move value in and out of every DeFi protocol on every chain with one-click transactions. And this new paradigm is more important than it might initially seem. Think about TradFi. TradFi is even more fragmented than DeFi. For example, like moving funds between banks or between exchanges is even more difficult than this example that I showed earlier of around the world. For DeFi, you just need to read the developer docs. And so if we want to achieve mass adoption, DeFi needs to offer something significantly better than TradFi. And super dApps, in my opinion, are the answer. If we, by connecting every DeFi protocol into a simple interface, super dApps like literally put the power of global finance into the palm of your hand in a way TradFi never can. So like Shell Protocol, for example, works perfectly fine on my phone, right? Imagine connecting like every financial exchange, every financial institution, every bank, every market in the world to your phone, and you can access it in a simple interface. I mean, I think like this concept is going to change the world in a way that like right now is impossible for us to really comprehend and imagine. And that's like the power that super dApps provides to the world. And I just want to conclude my talk for a quick message to builders before we get to questions. And basically, like, even though super dApps have like a ton of potential, there's a lot of work left to be done in order to like realize that potential. So if you're building a DeFi protocol, you should try to connect your project to a super dApp. If you're building a dApp, you should try supporting multiple DeFi protocols. And crucially, if you're building blockchain infrastructure, you should consider how your technology can facilitate more powerful super dApps. And I think by working together, like all of us, we can put the power of finance into the palm of our hands. And yeah, I think it's a future that gets me excited. So yeah, questions? you got a microphone.
I've just connected. Okay, so I totally get the context of the super dApp. So, but how do you want to connect traditional finance to one single app and interact with DeFi? As you mentioned, banks don't have developer documentation that you can easily connect to them. So how do you see those two worlds interacting with each other in one single super dApp?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, I see basically we're living through the early stages of like a transition of our like economy from the TradFi like non-blockchain world to like this DeFi blockchain world. And I think basically it comes, what I think is like the wrong model is trying to like make TradFi like kind of fit into like the DeFi mold. What I think is the right model is trying to build like a pipeline that lets dollars and other assets kind of flow into the DeFi space. So in the example of like, say, Shell Protocol, that interface, and I think also you can see like a similar user experience on like the Uniswap front end, where users can connect their bank account to like a fiat on-ramp, off-ramp, and so they can spend real dollars to buy like crypto assets. And so if we go back to this screen, this slide, so we have like the Aave protocol over here, the Uniswap protocol, and the Curve protocol. You could imagine like another box over here that would be like fiat on and off ramp. And so that on and off ramp would have a smart contract like on the blockchain that, and there's like some off-chain component to that that like takes like dollars from a bank account and like turns them into like crypto dollars.
Yeah, that would also include to have a wallet, I guess, in the super dApp. So then it's like a complete offering for people to just get into the world from fiat.
Yeah. So I'm assuming that, you know, the banks play nice enough to let us do on and off ramping.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Have you ever thought of kind of standardized, maybe EIP, for example, to standardize all this process?
So I think we actually, Elisa is here, and I think she was spearheading this. We submitted like a request for comment, and then I think people just ignored us. But yes, I think this would be a great standard for everyone to have. Whether they use our standard or another standard, I think like the standard ultimately is, if you see like this arrow right here connecting like the middleware to the DeFi protocols, having like a standardized interface that works for like every DeFi protocol would be what I would like to see. It's kind of like the USB-C standard. Like you can like charge things, you can use like connect your display to it. I think like a USB-C standard for DeFi would make a lot of sense, and anyone who has any ideas of how to do that, I'd be very supportive. I mean, obviously I'm going to be opinionated and support my standard or my idea for the standard, but like I think it's more important that we have a standard than it's like necessarily like our standard.
We definitely need this.
Yeah, I agree. It would make building a super dApp way easier. Well, I think we're a minute past time, so if anyone has any questions, I'd love to answer them after the talk. Thank you guys very much.
We can start. Okay. Cool. Hello everyone. So I'm Shubham from Manta Network. I'm the head of ecosystem. Just to give you my brief introduction, so I've been in space since 2019. I've worked with some other chains like Polygon, Mantle Network, some GameFi projects as well. So currently I'm leading the ecosystem at Manta. The current and today's topic is about the narrative revolution, because bull market is coming and everyone is thinking about all the recent narratives which are taking place or maybe that are taking a boom on the token structures as well. So first, starting with what is Manta Network. So just to give you very brief about it, so Manta is the first modular chain with the help of Celestia as a data availability. We are a EVM compatible chain with OP stack right now, but soon we will be the first chain who will be moving from OP stack to ZK with the help of CDKs. So this is like, I think everyone has heard about like all of the recent chains coming together, like what all things are going around. Like there are a lot of Bitcoin layer 2s, EVM layer 2s, and how Manta is different from that. So we are one of the top OP stack chain. I think so we are on the 3rd rank on the base of TVL on the OP side. Apart from that, we are the first chain who will be transiting on the infrastructure side from the OP stack to ZK EVM in future. This is in Q4 this year. Apart from that, even after the Denken update, we are still using Celestia, which is quite cheaper than any other data availability right now. And I think so there is no data availability fully live on any other chain. Okay. The main topic about today, which is about the landscape narrative, which we are going to move forward and what Manta is focused right now on. So the first and the foremost is about the AI and deepin. So if we have seen this narrative quite long, like I think so all the deepin projects were started back in 2021, but it was not that famous that time. But right now I've seen a lot of people coming together. They are launching their tokens. All the protocols like Helium, Render, Fala, and many other protocols are taking a hype right now. So the major reason behind that is about the AI and deepin narrative, which is followed by right now. And all the projects who are currently working on this narrative, they are quite getting hype on that particular side. Apart from that, second and the like major one is about the LRTs and LSTs, which is about liquid restaking or maybe native tokens liquid staking. So that is one thing. Apart from that, ZK has been into the space and also the narrative since last year. And next is about modular, which is again taking some hype. So let's deep dive into it. So yep, how Manta is powering AI and deepin narratives right now. So this is about the Manta AI, which we recently announced, which was quite good. It also gained some traction on chain and stuff. So there are few things, like the first question which everyone asks us about AI is a quite old technology, but how blockchain is using them. So the first question over here is like, definitely AI can be used on 3 levels. The first one is about the base level where the infrastructure comes into picture. It can be regarding cost efficiency on Oracle part. It can be regarding the infrastructure for OPML or maybe in future ZKML. Apart from that, second can be on the DeFi narrative, or maybe it can be related to some daps who are currently working. So it can be related to some gaming protocols, NFTs. Everyone can use AI right now. Apart from that, third can be about the AI toolkits, which are currently used by a lot of users. So for example, right now, there are some chains who are not using Solidity. So they are using Move, they are using some other languages like Rust and stuff. So their codes can be easily used by this AI toolkit. They can give them a new code for Solidity, and it can be easily developed a new product on a different chain with a different language within few seconds. So that is the next thing. And apart from that, second, like the major next focus for us is about the scalable solution. So for now, it's very difficult for non-blockchain developer to work together, to work on all these AI things, or maybe on the dApps who are fully decentralized. So AI can actually help them, like just like any Web2 users are using right now ChatGPT and stuff for making the things easy. It can be regarding content, it can be regarding grammatical and everything. So that will be same thing which Manta is trying to cater with the help of developers. So these are 4 things. And apart from that, like we recently announced some partnerships with Aura, which was previously known as Hyper Oracles. Second is Hyperbolic, and third one is Celestia. So we are closely working with them to create this AI narrative. Next is the boosting of returns with liquid staking and liquid restaking. So let's focus on liquid restaking because that's again gaining some hype with the help of EigenLayer, or maybe it can be regarding the new recent launches like EtherFi, Puffer, Bedrock, and Renzo. So as we are following the narrative, so we recently announced Manta restaking paradigm, which is regarding all the tokens that can be staked directly through layer 2, which users don't have to go to the mainnet. So for example, all the liquid restaking things are done on the mainnet side because ETH is natively on Ethereum chain. So what users can do is they can, even if they hold some wrapped ETH or maybe normal ETHs on Manta, they can easily use this product and they can gain some traction. So this is some points why you should do liquid restaking or why you should use Manta for that. So first is about EtherFi. So if you guys are quite close to the market, you might have seen EtherFi have gained a lot of traction after their token launch. They are providing like 2x points plus eigen points. Puffer is providing some boosted points where we can see the token launch very soon. Apart from that, Bedrock is providing 4x point, E-CLP is providing 2x point, and these are some of the best liquid restaking protocols that are already live on Manta, and they are quite working closely with us for the liquid restaking paradigm. Okay, next is about zero knowledge proof. So I'm really sure like everyone knows about it and I don't have to go very brief into it, but just to give you a very brief, like currently ZK has a lot of issues. It can be regarding the scalability, it can be regarding the transaction per second, gas fees, everything, and maybe off-chain data loading. So this was the reason why Manta initially started with OP stack. So OP has a good transaction base, they have a good community, they have a good daps structures as well. So it was quite easy for developers to easily go to a OP stack chain rather than ZK chain, and it is also good for the gaming infrastructure easily because the gaming provides a lot of TPS and stuff, and I think so right now TPS of ZK is quite low. So we are waiting for ZK to get more and more faster, more and more scalable, and soon we are going to shift to that. So before shifting to how and what we can do is first about the ZK accelerator program. So all the applications right now who are currently working on ZK or they are not working with ZK, they can easily be a part of it. So first let's talk about if you're not working on the ZK side. So if you have a DApp right now, which is a DeFi application and you don't know how to create it on the ZK side. So our team has their own ZK circuits which can be used easily. You can easily use the circuits to create a normal DApp into ZK, convert that application to ZK proof, or maybe you can use their proofs as well. Apart from that, if you're already working with fully on-chain games or maybe ZK applications, so we are happy to invite you to the Accelerate program. So just to give you very brief about it, so it's by Manta Network, powered by like Celestia and Polygon. Apart from that, we have some mentors from Polychain, Longhash, 7x I guess, and Maven 11. Yep. So these are some of the mentors for the Accelerator program. So again, like why we should select this program and why we should work on the ZK side. So the first is about we are partnering with top tier projects and top partners into the ecosystem, which is Celestia and Polygon. We have 20+ blockchain experts, which are from Polychain, Longhash, Figment, and more. We have access to 300+ investors right now. So if you are a part of Accelerator, you can easily be part of these experts, and you can easily they can help you to raise, they can help you with your future expectations as well. And next is about Manta ecosystem. So you will get the exposure to Manta ecosystem, which we have around 231 projects right now already live on the mainnet side. And finally is about the modular. So when I started this speech, so it was about the how Manta is going to be modular, or maybe why we are the first modular chain. So initially every chain had their own specifications, or maybe it was not scalable that time. But right now, as Manta is a layer 2 which is on EVM initially, but right now we are using blobs of Celestia. So that's how like we are using the current technologies and current data availability to make Manta more modular. So maybe right now we don't require more data availability, but in future we can require more, we can get more data sets on off-chain and stuff. So I think so that was the reason why we are called as modular chain. Sorry. Yep. So the reason behind this modular stack was, initially I mentioned ZK is quite expensive. So we wanted to move to a data availability first, so that whenever we go to ZK side, we should have an off-chain data storage where the gas fees can be reduced. Yep, so this is a quite brief introduction about our team. We have covered like users from 100 areas, team and regions, like 15 regional communities, and they speak around 10 languages. I'm sorry for that. We have a TVL of around 1.4 billion. We are the fastest growing L2 in OP Stack. 16 million transactions done, 200 projects done, 971 soon million. So this is a data about how much gas fees we have saved. So since December, we have saved around 2.6 million in the gas fees with the help of Celestia. This is our team. So we have around 65 people. Our co-founders are from Harvard and Massachusetts. These are some recent updates about us. Like, as I mentioned, few about ZK Accelerate, liquidity staking, our token launch, which was listed on all the biggest exchanges, our recent TVL data, and definitely about the gas fees which we have saved right now. Cool. I think so. That's it from my side. Thank you so much, guys.
Hello, everyone. Hi, my name is Marcos. I am working at Nethermind as DevOps engineer. I work for the core team, and well, we are building some cool solutions around the Ethereum ecosystems. Today, I'm going to be talking about one of them, which is our RPC provider for Starknet. Which of you knows about Starknet? Oh, a lot of you. Good to know, guys. Let's start a little bit with what is Starknet. Starknet is a validity loop that provides unlimited scale on Ethereum to Ethereum. It's based on CK proofs and support native account abstraction, and it uses Cairo under the hood to as smart contracts, and is a non-EVM based. There are several full nodes implementation on the ecosystem. We are probably one of the ecosystem that has more full nodes in them. We are building Juno at Nethermind. There are others like Pathfinder, the Nets provider, but all of them provide a lot of features and so on. But in our case, we think that we excel on the support that we have from the team from Juno, which we can like have on each release very fast deployed, and every book that rise we fix it on the fly, and it's very fast the development. We also have a very high availability and sticky sessions, and very competitive response times. One of the special features that we do have and other providers probably don't have are the gRPC for users to interact with the protocol itself. We also provide block streamings, and our performance is around 1.5K requests per second, with a very high availability for other for increase our requests in case of need on the protocol. We do have like free endpoints where you can collect, you can interact with the protocol for free and start testing. And in case that you need a higher demand, we can connect with us and we can provide you either a custom offered, or there are some tiers that you can select from. Those are the endpoints. You can get inside there and check. Well, about us, this is the different ways that you can connect with Nethermind. And well, that's all. Small presentation. So if you have any questions that I can answer. Oh, okay. Well, thank you so much for everything. I hope you enjoy.
Hey guys, our next session is at 3:45 with consensus. So we'll take a short break and we'll be back at 3:45.
Test. Can you guys hear me? Cool. So I think we can get started. Everybody think it's like post decompression token and almost sleeping. Couple of people in the room. Are you guys excited? Yeah? Okay, cool, very cool, very cool. Some energy in the room. Cool. So this is a long title, but long story short, I just want to speak about how we can unleash innovation around developers and why we need much more permissionless innovation around Web3. So welcome everybody. Everybody's a builder. How many developers do we have in the room? Okay, sounds good. Someone is around. Cool, awesome. The last energy. So I just want to go through a little bit what are snaps for the people that maybe never tested, never built one. And then a little bit like going more on a higher level. Right now we're speaking so much about, DevRel, different developer activation. We're speaking different languages around metrics, ROI, and funnels, right? So this is something that I've been working on since a couple of months, I would say. But the idea is to just speak the same language with the same framework so that we can start understanding how we can speak about ROI and metrics. Cool, let's get started. About myself, this is like a fun picture. Permissionless innovation today. I'm also helping out different products like Linea and Ifura, and I'm just super excited to be around developers and focus on developer feedbacks and building their community around it. I'm also a chess player. I'm not that good. I'm trying to get better, and I'm also investing in a bunch of startups around Sub-Saharan Africa. Cool, Snap. So who already installed a Snap today and is actually using maybe daily, weekly, or something? No one, huh? Not a lot of people. How many? Yeah, a couple of people. How many people build a Snap? Yeah? In a hackathon maybe? No? I don't know. Maybe the live stream will know. But long story short, what are snaps, right? Back in the days, you wanted to extend the functionality of what the wallet was doing. So basically, snaps are nothing else as this, right? So you can call it possible add-on, similar to what you have on your Google Chrome extension. And you can extend the functionality on different level, right? Could be non-EVM, could be notification. There are different use cases. So from Cosmos to BTC Snap, you will see notification Snap for gamer and specific DeFi users. You will see also some cool MPC and 2FA account recovery snaps. I'm super interested always around the privacy and security snaps. So basically what you can do with some security snaps, you get flagged if you're interacting with a malicious account. So before even signing, you get notification about who are you signing with and if there is some level of problems around the address that you're interacting with. And also there are different things. There are transaction insight is something that we launched at the beginning. So snaps were available before being on the main extension. There will be on Flask. I don't know how many of you using Flask today for developer environments, but Flask is the canary version of Metamask. And you have a bunch of developer settings. So if you're doing the hackathon, I don't know how many of you guys are hacking today, but you should definitely check it out. The history. So this is not about Flask, right? What was the history about snaps today, right? So Dan Finley, the co-founder of Metamask, wanted to add a Solana extension, right? And then we say, okay, how we can do that? Building natively, we can build some sort of modularity, and then all these things happen since DEFCON 5 presentation, that they wanted to add more and more feature around modularity of different use case, right? And the Solana and the Cosmos Snap were one of the first being built, and then they said to themselves, okay, what if you're building your own product, you have your own API, how you can interact directly with the essential source base, right? And that's basically where everything started. And then they said, okay, we're getting something we had, maybe last year we had something like 6,000 or 7,000 open PRs. It's impossible to keep up with the innovation. And that's basically what happened with Snap. So they build a full low-level infrastructure to build on top of it for enabling extension and functionality expansion for anybody in the community. So it could be from your individual contributor, developer in an hackathon, could be until big organization and startup that want to build and leverage their own product and getting into the big Metamask user case that you have today, right? So this is why building a developer community and the ecosystem is key. This is why we want to have
specific like framework and defining like why DevRel is important today, and we need to align always on different activation. And I don't know if you guys are any DevRel in the room. We have a cool chat that we're debating different metrics, different activation daily, and a lot of times, you know, like we're always speaking about different activation from different angles, right? That's why we need to have, I think, kind of like an overarching like structure, and understand that, you know, DevRel is a function that it brings, is not just bridging different products, but it's also like you need to bring much more transparency around your developer onboarding, around your tooling. These are the two things, right? You have your development side and your relationship side, right? I'm advocating a lot, even internally, like speaking about suggesting specific structure. And today, like the biggest difference that I see is always like people are more focused on content creation and dynamic content creation, and much more like focus on docs optimization, and other people are much more focused on the relationship. That's why like the suggestion here is around advocacy. So advocacy could be like leveraging your dApps being built by devs, could be leveraging your content built by your developer evangelists, and pushing this around meetups and no traditional finance. Could be evergreen activation, but could be also one-shot activation, both IRL and non-IRL. So, and then I ask myself, what is the true developer or builder needs around, right? We didn't have any activation before. I'm seeing so many like DevRel discussion and panel around frameworks. And then I thought myself, this has nothing to do with whatever product you're building, whatever like development tooling you have, right? So you need to basically strategize and build a specific framework. And then I thought myself, okay, I remember this back in the days, right? This, I don't know how many of you guys remember the Maslow hierarchy of needs. And then I thought myself, okay, how we can actually convert this in a hierarchy of needs of builders. And that's basically where I come out, right? So pushing like 5 specific like stages of builder needs, and before even going to the next level, you need to satisfy your lower standard. I'm trying to build like a paper on this, but the long story short is that you have developer low needs, like, you know, stuff like access to resources, basic education, your docs need to be on place, you want to have your 30 minutes tutorial, you want to have your 2 hours tutorials in the doc, but most important, you have also want to have some kind of like education or academy ongoing that is nurturing the relationship with those devs online, but also like it need to be evergreen, because you cannot scale with one-time activation. And then you're starting with like providing devs on the second stage on safety. This is nothing else as providing a safe space for developers to give feedback, criticize whatever you're building, and also prioritize your roadmap, because the best people that can criticize and give priority feedback are the developer in the community than the developer that are building with your own product. And then we go on more like, on the third level is more around like, you know, smaller hackathon, focus, localized developer, community, and then specific problem around like ambassadors and community engagement. And then we go more online, so focus on cool ecosystem and product community calls, and then, you know, like ambassador rewards and specific like condition. The long story short here is that following something like this, it gives you a lot of like excitement about not just building your DevRel strategy, but also like excitement about how to speak with other DevRel around your space. Because right now we have different activation, we have different metrics, and we're always speaking about what has better ROI, but we never kind of like align on what is needed in order to get better on what we're doing. But also in the same time, you want to have company that are aligned and do prioritize things like, you know, getting your docs on the first place better, and for even like onboarding better developers IRL, or even like a lot of companies that I'm speaking about, they don't even have like an academy, you know, an evergreen specific like funnel that you can get developer excited. This is like the cure, the quick like research, but if you want to get yeah, a longer read, because I think we have 10 minutes. So, long story short, we want to also transition specifically like from a Web 2 kind of thinking to a Web 3. The lesson learned here, and I don't know if you guys have been in different stuff like Builder Nights or like evergreen cookbooks, that's what we called, but long story short, we want to you want to make sure that you are co-innovate with other partners. You want to build this Web3 festival company together and focus on a topic, on a vertical, and that's how you're building this safe space. So these goals has nothing to do with like conversion in the developer funnel, but is leveraging other developer community to build something and have this kind of safe space for developers. The second big part of lesson learned was trying to build authentic relationship. Don't do stuff like, with big corporate accounts, trying to involve people, developers. You cannot really market on developers, anybody know here. So the mostly important part is that trying to be authentic, And I think, in your journey, you will do a lot of like errors, and I think you will learn a lot also around this. So, big first part, you focus on the educational curiosity. We spoke about that. Traditional marketing tactics is definitely a no-go where you want to go, and try to be authentic, and also like understanding your developer stage that you're talking to, right? If you want to do a workshop, really trying to understand what target audience you will do the workshop with, and that's why like it's extremely important that you're fine-tuning your workshop or your talk based on the people that you have in the audience. So speaking about the funneling part, right? And this is also like a problem that I see around different companies, that everybody's speaking about different funnels on different stages, on different developers, and we don't really speak about the same language. So this is the second framework that I iterated on, and it's basically a mix of value onboarding to product conversion. And I will tell you right now that maybe 95% of companies are literally doing the second part, right? The product specific conversion. You will go in a workshop and people will like start to say, hey, build with this right now. And you will really not build this safe space before in order to get them excited, because it's not about the product. People are coming into your ecosystem because they find it accessible, but also they are excited about you as not just a thought leader in the space, but also excited about that you want to bring innovation. The product onboarding is coming as a second priority, and that's why like this big part, like the value-driven onboarding is extremely important, and can be also like being pushed from IRL to virtual, right? Could be like an example for virtual, could be like those product agnostic community calls where you're speaking about specific topics, right? Like IRL could be like those builder nights that we are running, like fully verticalized, right? We started with 447, we spoke about 6900, we did a layer 2 builder night in Istanbul 2 days ago. We did a restaking, very focused restaking panel and topic, but the idea is to really bring a thought leadership topic around, and then you can still do your product specific conversion. We ran this workshop called in Builder Day, and those were very focused workshop around the technology, and you want to have also concrete fact to build that. And all this funneling, if you think about this, is independent to product. That's why I put product 1, 2, or 3, right? And then, in the lower part, whenever you build this authenticity, you want to also be sure that you're being authentic, but most important, like you have also skills around conversion. So both funnels, you will have different type of DevRel, but also different type of metrics and different type of like skills needed in order to convert that. I don't know if for example, in a hackathon, people are staying at the booth. If you're a sponsor, they're staying at the booth, and you have also like DevRels that are going out to tables, trying to really support developers. So you need to have both sides of the medal. But the most important part, you understand which type of funnel you are and which activation, because all these, the only things that I learned like being at Consensus during the past year is definitely like a biggest importance of your job is also like trying to strategize and to sell in the best way possible your activation inside your company. And I think that's something that we are not speaking a lot even in those DevRel panels that we're doing those days. Cool. So just quite like going forward, I think we are almost on time. Your docs are your most valuable assets. You want to adjust for your developer persona skill levels. So always following these two framework, I think that's quite clear. Make sure that you're running both questions and opportunity for improvement. Just as a quick example, right? With Snaps, we ran 6 different hackathons. We reiterate on our docs 6 different times, and it was quite amazing because we went back to the engineering team and we rebuild from scratch docs based on like the feedback we had in different hackathons. And that's basically the fourth point, right? Why use bounties, not just as developer feedback tooling, but also like trying to push your internal team to ship and prioritize features. We spoke a lot about one-shot activation. I also want to emphasize like engagement, continuous engagement with evergreen activation is super important. You want to make sure that you're trying to feed single hackathons to main activation. Could be evergreen hackathons, could be like building some, like we have something called Metamask Learn. We had, Consensus Academy. So something that is around nurturing and scaling the community that is not IRL. So I think that's one big part. And also like things like developer ambassador program is super important, running different cohorts, and as I mentioned before, like running virtual hackathons. They are putting together different players online. One thing that I also like learned during the past years was also you has to build a platform where you can actually like shout out different developers' contribution all the time, right? Even the smallest contribution, you want to always create this kind of like superstar community, and shout out could be like, bringing them in some kind of dedicated developer directory, could be like, shouting them on socials, could be make them presenting in a product-specific community calls. We're running this community call monthly, and we're having a lot of like hackathon winners presenting, a lot of like PR contributors presenting, and I think this is one of the most important under-leveraged thing in developer community building. Yeah, so this basically like is kind of like the mantra that we follow also for building the community around snaps. As I mentioned before, anybody can build any snaps today, right? Community from individual contributor to enterprise. And in order to scale your product, this is the only way that you can push innovation around the community. Not just, passively hearing feedback, but actively getting contribution with basically functional feature extension. So modularity is also like key here. So I'm almost done. This is like a cool link for the snaps directory. I will not show, this was part of like a cool workshop. Here you will see like different, there are 4 different categories that I mentioned before, interop, that you can basically do your first transaction with Solana, BTC, and there are different like Cosmos Snap. It's also quite cool. And this is natively integration, right? You install your Snap, it's 2 clicks, and you have your Snap installed, and automatically you get this feature on your extension today. Security is also like the one that I mentioned before, so you will get flagged if malicious accounts are happening, and before even signing. So I'm using that daily. It is actually quite useful. Communication Snap, that's something is used mostly around gamers. So you can basically like start to do chat between 2 accounts, not just sending transaction, but basically chatting. It's actually quite cool. And then account recovery. So account management is a big part. So MPC, account recovery, it's also like a cool category that we want to check it out. For the developer in the room that want to start building a Snap, it's quite straightforward. We have a Snaps directory. We have Snaps templates. There is a bunch of workshops. But most important, like, we're always providing bounty to hackathons, and also we have virtual hackathons. And the Snap is nothing else as a MPS package that you can download and rebuild based on your product API. Cool. Big shout out to Patrick, to all the ETHDubai team that organized this, and yeah, let me know if you have any questions. I think we are actually 3 minutes on time. Awesome. Thanks everybody. I think we need a mic. There you are.
Hi, thank you. Does Metamask adopts account abstraction, and any plans for this?
Does account abstraction features? Yes, for sure. So basically, I can show you a little bit, but when you're going here, I don't know if we have actually internet.
You already have a snap for it?
Yes, there is a full, I can show you right now. There is a full category called account abstraction snaps. So here, Snap. So here, basically on the account management side, This is also like a specific category. These 3 snaps are also like doing MPC, wallet, and specific things. And there are more communities right now building on OAA snaps, basically like to abstract specific features. So we are working, is actively being worked on it, right? And also like the call to action, if anybody is building a use case today, either on 437 or 6900, is more than happy to build a snap on top. And we're happy to review. The process is quite straightforward. We are right now auditing internally, but the future is basically like that we are starting to building attestation even in the community so that things are getting shipped faster, right? Sounds good. Any other question? Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Enjoy Dubai and yeah, relaxed.
No? Okay. Can everybody hear me just fine? All right. So I'm Carsten Monk from the Cartesian Foundation, and I'm here to talk to you a bit about how we do verifiable Linux virtual machines on Ethereum. And this is kind of like from a little while back to kind of like fit more in kind of like the more modular narrative. It's a tweet from Hayden from Uniswap, where he talks about that rollups are just chains, and chains are just servers with superpowers like, for example, history, that you can verify it. History is basically using things like sequencers, like, for example, Espresso or Celestia or other kind of like mediums out there, kind of like, or let's say dunk sharding, stuff like that. And also that you can go in and kind of like verify the history or kind of like the past, that's a little bit like a time machine of these servers in the past, which is where the virtual machines come in, an execution layer. And also, additionally, in this in the modular setup, things like IPFS and Ethereum kind of enables that it is service that is accessible to everybody. It's service that can't be shut off because we get the content addressability of IPFS. We get things like Ethereum for the security, and also importantly that these kind of like chains are able to kind of interoperate with other servers, which is what we call bridging, right? And one of the things you kind of realize when you're looking at what servers that are out there at the moment is that basically you find that these millions and millions of servers that exist there are typically running Linux. Like it's written using, let's say, existing programming languages, it's written using normal tools and so on. This is kind of like where, and I will talk a little bit about what Katesi does and kind of like why this is important. So what we have is the Katesi machine. It's, let's say, some people call this an LVM. It's an open source RISC-V, and RISC-V is this open source instruction set. It is very documented. It has a bunch of test cases. It's running in real hardware. And what we have done is kind of like implementing a fully deterministic computer or machine, where basically if you start out in one particular point of state of your machine, you will always end up in the same finalized state of the machine. And where this is kind of interesting is that this is not like some restricted small instruction set like only integers and memory access and those kind of things. It's something that can actually run unmodified Ubuntu for RISC-V. It's not a new project. It's something that's kind of been developed since 2018, something we're still developing on. And at any point of execution history of the machine, basically all the machine state is in the memory. You can kind of like turn it into one big Merkle tree, which means you can kind of like persist the machine at any kind of like particular step and resume execution from it. And what we can do is that we can optimistically prove it. Like you probably have seen this maybe in Optimism Arbitrum. They have this kind of optimistic verification game. You find out kind of like the midpoint where you are agreeing about something, where you're disagreeing about something, kind of like let the underlying blockchain, in this particular case Ethereum, decide on kind of like what's the next step here. One of the tricks we are doing here is that we are compiling this bigger emulator down into a much smaller instruction set, which is the most basic RISC-V instruction set. So when you're looking at our kind of like verification game on chain, it's basically impossible, let's say, with anybody with a basic computer science degree to actually tell that this thing is actually implemented correctly in Ethereum. Also, additionally, what we can do is it's also possible to prove this VM in ZK by basically running this virtual machine inside something like RISC-0. One of the nice things about it is that it comes with an API, as in that you can write into the memory, you can get Merkle proofs at any particular part of state, and this is my not very humble opinion here, but basically the ultimate runtime for computation is something that can run pretty much a 64-bit operating system. Now, what do I mean by that it's general purpose? And I think the definition of a general purpose VM today is not like I can run Rust or something like that. It's that you can run actual Doom in an unmodified manner on it. This is basically Doom recompiled into RISC-V with a little bit of, let's say, modification, so we can kind of show the frame buffers kind of while it's running, but we can kind of go in and, let's say, have the non-deterministic input as you're playing the game, having put that into chain, and then being able to kind of like execute the entire execution on chain and kind of decide, let's say, for example, who has the highest high score. Additionally, we can run things like Docker containers pretty much. We can interact with IPFS because the act of getting something content addressed from IPFS is something that's deterministic. We can run Python on it, Node.js, Rust, and basically it's as general purpose as it could be. It's almost like a real computer, but except you can prove it to the blockchain. It is something that's modular. We're using it together with sequences like Express and Celestia, and also one of the things we're working on right now, based on different restaking primitives like EigenLayer and some of the other ones coming out, is that essentially you can send out a sample, let's say your description of your machine out to the network, get a bunch of samples back from a bunch of operators on something like EigenLayer, and then basically settle that sampling of the computation result into blockchain. And you can basically write your applications for this stuff in anything you want, pretty much. If you want to write in PHP, have a huge economic security on this is how you do it. And this might sound, let's say, difficult and so on, but in practice it's actually very easy. You can go to a documentation, you can quickly get started, you select that you want to have something like a JavaScript application, you start then editing the JavaScript application. It's not something that is like restricted or in some way kind of like significantly modified Node.js. It's actually Node.js compiled into RISC-V that you're playing with. So anything you want to do in terms of, let's say, node modules and so on, it will actually work. Then you build it, you can run it, you can kind of start interacting with it in terms of kind of like sending transaction input to it, and then you can kind of deploy it onto, let's say, any Ethereum-based chain. And at the moment, we are also adding support to kind of like being able to, for example, very easily deploy into existing sequencers or data availability layers like Celestia and Espresso. And that's pretty much it. And if you want to have any more information, you can follow me on Twitter. You can talk to some of us that are here at the conference, read more about Katesi, or read the deep technical specifics of the Katesi machine, or join our Discord, which has a very high level of signal. It's not something where people are coming to kind of do airdrop farming or anything. There's actually good developed conversation going on. Okay? And that's pretty much it for my time. Any questions? Otherwise, feel free to join me afterwards. All right, thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Hi everyone. Pretty much greetings to everyone out here. And today I'm going to talk about one of the most interesting topics in the market right now, which is all around economic security and economic risks, with EigenLayer coming into the narrative to build the crypto economic security layer of Ethereum. This has been one of the hottest topics. But what's going on at Chain Risk? So at Chain Risk, we're trying to prevent DeFi's biggest economic exploits, whether it be the DeFi which we've seen in the past and or the DeFi which is right now getting built on top of LRTs, all the money markets which are getting built on top of LRTs, right? So who are we? So we are a passionate team of researchers who have experience in some of the topmost companies in the world, starting from Deutsche Bank, NASA, Walmart, and some of the top colleges of the world. But on top of it, we've been really working hard with some of the protocols right here. So we are already working with Compound on their economic risk management. But on top of that, right now as I speak, we are also launching our Morpho Vaults for Angle. Angle is a stablecoin protocol, so we are launching their Morpho Vaults and along with a collaboration on Renzo. So pretty much what we are going to talk about right now here is recently we released a paper. This paper is about the economic security of MakerDAO. So anyone here who will be willing to read this can just scan this QR code and just go down to the paper and scroll as I speak. But what is this all about, right? So if we speak how we actually visualize the entire DeFi industry to be, then it's more so ever just like a game which is happening amongst the governance, the users, and the protocol parameters which have been set in place, right? So I'll be talking about something called multi-agent influence diagrams, which had been introduced by two of the very famous mathematical researchers called Kohler and Milch, which is now being very deeply worked on by the Google DeepMind team as well. So why even multi-agent influence diagrams, right? So there's an open research statement, research problem statement right now on Ethereum, which says about the formal verification of the game theoretic mechanisms which are there in DeFi protocols. It's an open research problem which has yet not been solved. The second is, you really have a lot of incentive mechanisms in these DeFi protocols. How do you optimize those incentive mechanisms so that any agent which is interacting with the DeFi protocol, agent means users or any liquidators or any arbitrageurs, how are they playing even an equal game, which means a rational and an honest game throughout whatever transactions they make? And the third is, how are we able to get or conquer a Nash equilibrium for each and every DeFi protocol, which means an optimal strategy and an optimal set of parameters for the protocol, so the protocol is stable in all market conditions. So what WTF are multi-agent influence diagrams? This is a very heavy topic to even get a conversation into, but multi-agent influence diagrams can be directly related to agents. So in DeFi, in all of the economic risk management stuff we do, we do something called agent-based simulations. So all of the interactions which are happening with a protocol can be broadly classified into 3 agents: liquidators, arbitrageurs, and or borrowers and lenders, right? So all of these agents are interacting within a protocol, and all of the different interactions can be classified as different nodes in a graph. Now there are 3 types of nodes which are possible. The number one is chance variable, right? So what's the possibility or what's the probability of a particular event happening? Let's say, if let's say today rain occurred, then what's the possibility that we could get a crowd here in ETHDubai? Then the possibility of rain, let's say 5% or even a 95%, we've seen all of that in Dubai this time. What's the possibility of that? That's something which is called a chance variable, which is sort of an external environmental thing which is affecting you. The second is all about decision variables, right? So how are you actually quantifying the decisions which you take? So your decision to come to here, in this case of a rain, is a decision variable which is directly getting impacted by the probability of the chance variable. And the third is utility variable. What was my mindset when I was trying to come here? That's to deliver this speech to you guys and introduce you to the concept of multi-agent influence diagrams. So I want to deliver my speech in the best way possible, right? So the utility in case of DeFi could be to maximize your strategy, maximize your yield inputs, or maximize your yield outputs, right? So pretty much that's what the 3 variables of multi-agent influence diagrams looks like. I'll share this deck with all of you guys. I'll have a conversation with Patrick after this to share so that you guys can dive into the major mathematics part of it. But let's deep dive into the multi-agent influence diagrams with an example, right? So what does a multi-agent influence diagrams look like? So let's say there's a girl called Alice who wants to build her own patio in front of her garden, but then there's this guy Mark who just stays next door. He has let's say a big tree in front of his house which is blocking the view of the patio with a very beautiful beach which is outside. So what can Alice do, right? So Alice doesn't care about the world. She's an absolute Gen Z. She just goes ahead and says that, hey, I'll just poison the tree which is there. And to poison the tree, there'll be an effort which I need to do. Then the tree might get sick, and finally the tree might die, right? But then, Max thinks that if my tree is dying, so Max cannot see that the tree has been poisoned, but he can see that the tree is dying, right? So he can directly call a tree doctor. To call a tree doctor, there'll be a cost which he needs to incur. That will again directly affect whether the tree dies or not, or whether the tree lives or not. And finally, all of this will affect Alice's view from the patio, right? So if you see the graph over here, so it is clearly showing that poisoning the tree through the dotted line is directly affecting the patio. Max might call a tree doctor. He can cure the tree. That will come at some cost. To poison the tree and to monitor it, Alice would always need to sort of do an effort and check whether the tree is dying or not, right? So within this, if you see, so which one is the chance variable, which one is the decision variable, and which one is the utility variable, right? So the decision variable are the top 3 things in squares, which is telling about the poisoning of a tree, calling a tree doctor, or building a patio. These are decisions which you want to do. What's the utility variable? The utility variable are the things which you are incurring. So what's the cost of it? You want to minimize the cost, of course. You want to minimize your effort. And finally, you want to build the view. So the view also comes in as one of the utility variables. You want to maximize the view, right? And finally, what's the sort of chance variables in this? The biggest chance variable is, of course, the tree getting sick, and finally the tree getting died. Right? So what's the probability of that? So that's basically shown in ovals. So how are we building multi-agent inference diagrams for MakerDAO? Right. So if we see the Maker protocol, then there are a lot of governance and user activities going on. So let's say we quantify all the governance DAO as a set of agents, set of agents from G1 to, let's say, GN, and similarly the users of the protocol, let's say UP1 to PN. And then how are we building up the model, right? So let's look at it very closely. So it's a very interesting thing to look into. Number one is, what are the chance variables? Market conditions, collateral dynamics, demand for DAI, and the security risks. Security risks are inherently coming down from the smart contracts. All of the rest of the 3 are basically market conditions which are coming here. All of these are finally affecting your decision variables. Decision variables over here would be risk parameters which the governance in the DAO decides, which pretty much means it directly affects the amount of debt the user can borrow as well, which is also coming down as one of the decision variables. And using all of this, we are trying to get 2 utilities and maximize 2 utilities. Number one is the profitability, and the second is the sustainability of the protocol. All of this will come at a risk and reward ratio. So you have to, so this is basically a trade-off, right? So whenever you want to increase the top lines, there'll be an increase in the risk, and then you need to also sort of manage the risk at the same time so that you don't get hacked and all of that. So this is basically how the made looks like in case of MakerDAO. You guys can go through a research paper to look into the depths of the modules and details. But that's pretty much it. What the problem does Made solve for MakerDAO, right? So we're coming up with a next paper in ETH Belgrade, which clearly gives you the outputs of it. So what are we doing over here? Number one is calculating the utility, right? So there were 2 utilities. One is the profitability, and the second one was sustainability. How do you maximize both of these using strategies? So how can we find the optimal strategy sigma so that at any given point of time my protocol is maximum sustainable and at the same time maximum profitable? And secondly is to evaluate the Nash equilibrium. Now what do we mean by Nash equilibrium? It just says that a strategy profile is a Nash equilibrium if no agent has the incentive to deviate from the strategy specified from the profile by him, as long as the other agents do not deviate from the specified strategies, right? Which means that all of the players in the ecosystem, all of the agents are playing evenly. They do not have any added incentives, and all of them are not only rational, but they're all honest, which means that nobody has a gain over somebody else. And if they have it already rationally, which is the game of the entire DeFi space, that somebody makes money, somebody loses it, right? So that's pretty much what we are doing for MakerDAO. Happy to take up some questions on this. Don't let your risk program take a setback. You can quickly scan our Twitter. You can quickly go to my Twitter as well. I usually post a lot of research content on this. So yeah, happy to take up any questions if there. Yeah. Yeah. So there are basically 3 forms of agents here. One is, of course, the liquidator. The second is the arbitrager, and the third is the borrower. So we are modeling them, especially using all of the mainnet data, which is present below, and we're using reinforcement learning models to model all of these, and then finally run all of these simulations in our platform, where we have built a huge scalable platform on top of Revum, where we are running Monte Carlo simulations at scale, so as to give you the confidence intervals and converge that Monte Carlo simulations to the different set of parameter values, so that you're able to finally get into the Nash equilibrium. Fine. Cool. Any other questions? Or I think we are already on time. We'll wrap it up. Cool then. Pretty much excited to have a conversation with you guys outside.
Hey, GM, okay. So, hello ladies and gentlemen, and myself Charjit, I'm the community lead India from the Graph. So today we are not going to dive into too much technical about the AI advancement in Web3, but rather we will be focusing on more towards the application and use case side of it. So today we are going to talk about three major points: Web3 data, AI, and the graph. So like in graph, we generally don't talk about market valuations, pricing, but still it is one of the most important metric to know about the Web3 adoption. So last year, if you see, like Web3 adoption was valued around 23.3 billion, but in 2025, it's expected to grow towards 39.7 billion USD. So like if you see, like if like the Web3 is getting adoption, so as the query volume within the graph is increasing. So from the 2022 Q1 to like last year Q4, we have seen approx 121 CAGR growth. So that's pretty much of how fast the Web3 with a graph is going towards. Yeah. And now the main question comes, why AI and Web3? Yeah. So before going further, let's understand slightly basic about Web3 data. So the property of Web3 data is like distributing data infrastructure. So what does it bring to table? Reduce censorship, improved accountability, and immutability. And then the question comes, what AI can do? So AI can bring smarter insights, personalized experience, and then very basic, like let's understand what it can do in Web3. So like imagine having your LLM trained on a Web3 data, like since the Web3 data has the purest property of having a track and traceability and verifiability, and you trained your LLM on top of that Web3 data, you can take much more informed decisions. And with the informed decisions, you can reduce the security, and eventually it will also help you in resource optimization. And then the third part comes, what the graph does in this segment. So in simpler words, graph makes it easy to fetch your blockchain data and ensuring verifiability, openness, and permissionless nature. So the main question comes, what's the need of the graph, right? So like in the past 4 or 5 years, there were many startups or many media houses who were dependent on Facebook page, Google, WhatsApp, and like different kind of social media. So when the political environment of the world becomes more volatile, it is not very much new that these are the startups or these are the companies affected by most. So that's why the graph is focusing on to enabling full stack decentralization, which will ensure the application or your startup won't disappear within one day. And like the best part about the graph, which I like personally, is our solution is governed by the graph network, where developer can create their open API or subgraph. The indexer can use the firehose, and Substream is like a newer tech building by the streaming fast AI team working on the graph. And then we do have this Substream powered subgraph. And let's talk about the graph network. So graph network is supported by majorly 3 players: indexers, curator, and delegator. And so for example, if a developer like you and me deploys a subgraph over a smart contract, so on that stage, your subgraph is empty. So the curator needs to understand the business value of that particular subgraph. So once he understands the business value, he will curate the subgraph with the GRT tokens, and then the indexer will see, oh, the curator has signaled the subgraph with the GRT, so probably it will be having more business value. So indexer will come on board, will index the data from the blockchain to the subgraph, and then again there is the delegator who is responsible to support the indexer by delegating some GRT to indexers. And for the once the process is completed, the developer will pay the query fees in GRT, and now it is now we have also started supporting credit cards. So the developer will just need to fetch the data from the subgraph using simple GraphQL. And now we have understood the basic 3 points: Web3 data, AI, and the graph. Now let's understand more about the application side of it, in going in more depth towards it. So, like as I mentioned, like the developer need to pay the query fees in GRT. So, like still the query fees is still slightly high right now. Plus, and there is inconsistency in the query fees. So here the Semiotic Labs comes in. It's a core dev team working on the graph, especially in the AI segment. So they developed a domain-specific language named Agora. So Agora helps to categorize the query volume with the proper shape, and that's how they are planning to optimize the query fees. And then the AI part of Agora comes. So the first major problem of Agora is it needed to be manually installed on a particular subgraph. And like, so the Auto Agora is AI enabled, and it is personal, like it could be, we can use Auto Agora for the personalized subgraph, and it could be like more effective and better towards using on the other subgraph. And now, like, let's dive more towards the LLM trained on the verifiable data. So, like, having the property of track and traceability in the blockchain helps you to get like pure data from the Web3. And imagine, like, if you again trained your data over the LLM models of yours, so it could also enable new applications within Web3. So in the current world, like in most of the trading financial markets, traders are using Python bots to trade, and there were many risks of manipulations and fake news, unnecessary negativity. So the LLM trained on the verifiable data can improve the decision making and help you to take more informed decision within DeFi. Not only that, in DAO, you will start, like, you can have the ability to track the fraudulent activities within the DAO, and you can easily curb the bad partner within your ecosystem. Not only that, the LLM trained on the verifiable data can also help in the developer tooling, specifically in analytics. So once you have your AI-powered analytics over the purest form of data, then a lot more applications and a lot more business value a local customer or a local business or any particular startup can start having. And not only that, the graph is also working towards helping the developer to select the proper subgraph for their business value. So for example, if you want to make a market maker, there are plenty of subgraphs within the graph network. More than 1,000 subgraphs are already there, but still it will be difficult for a new developer to select the right subgraph for their main purpose. So the AI will simply help him to select the right subgraph, and his query will match to the right subgraph with the help of AI. So that's where the graph is working. And now let's talk about the community. So since I lead the Graph India community, I would like to share some glimpse of it. So here in the Graph India community, our focus is to scale the ecosystem of developers, and our motto is to empower them so that they make industrial grade subgraph. And a small context of Web3 in India is a lot of projects are coming from Polygon, coming from India, like Polygon, Bikenomics, Instadap. So it's not very far that we cannot expect an industrial grade subgraph from a community. So in the next coming year, it will not be wrong to expect that we will be having more industrial grade subgraph from this community. So that's all. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. And in the meantime, you can connect me over Twitter and Telegram. I am very responsive, and if you need any help from the graph for your particularly your subgraph or any data service you are looking for, feel free to connect. And yes, like if anyone has having any question, feel free to ask. Cool. So thank you everyone, and yeah, take care. Make sure keep building and drink lot of water. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I see here people with a great stamina to come to listen for a talk at the end of these blockchain conferences. Riley. My name is Gleb. I am a co-founder and CTO of Hashix Blockchain Security, and today we will talk about account abstraction, but not from the common point of view about how the cool this technology is, but from the risks side. So this is what this talk is about. And a few words about us. Hashix is a blockchain security company. We focus mostly on the smart contracts audit. One error in a gasless in a library for gasless transactions and 1.5 thousand projects have a vulnerability. According to the Dune, to the current moment, more than 3.5 million account abstraction wallets are deployed. And think about what if a vulnerability is found in one of the popular realization. So a few words about account abstraction, what it's all about. It has been talked since 2016, but with a tight timeline. It wasn't included in the first release of Ethereum, and the first realization was only in 2023. It's a cool technology that allows for many possibilities. You can, for example, pay for transaction with tokens. You can make custom verification logic, and this leads to Web 2 experience in Web 3, which can bring us real mass adoption of the consensus level changes on Ethereum, and the development on Ethereum is focused on the scaling solutions. So for now, the native account abstraction is implemented in some L2s like Zeka, Sync, and Starknet. And let's talk about how it was made possible on Ethereum without making changes to the core protocol. There is an off-chain framework where a user or some entity creates a transaction named a user operation in context on ERC 4337. This user operation goes to mempool, and we have executors acting as block builders in Ethereum, which take these user operations from the mempool, they group them into one transaction and pass them to a singleton contract named the entry point. It's actually the main contract of the account abstraction, which calls the user wallets to verify and execute the actual transaction. Also, we have optional paymasters. These are entities that can sponsor transactions for some reimbursement, or maybe specific transactions may be sponsored even by free. And an optional entity is aggregators. These they aggregate signatures. It's a kind of optimizations for gas costs. So the technology is quite complex, and let's talk about its limitations and the pitfalls. First of all, you need to know that the actual call in the smart contract is not the signer. The EOA, or externally owned account with a private key who sends this transaction, is a bundler. Speaking about the code in smart contracts, usage of this origin is quite restricted, as it's always points to the bundler. This leads us to a limitation for a common check that was popular not long ago to protect from flash loan attacks, to restrict calling the contract from another contract. It's TX origin equals to message sender, and it does not work now with account abstractions. We also need to know that according to how the alt mempool works, the consecutive operations in mempool for one account are not possible. So the developers need to group them first into one and send and wait until these operations are mined. And an important thing to know, especially on Ethereum, notorious for its transaction costs, that, for example, sending an Ethereum from account transaction wallet may require more than 5 times more gas than sending it with EOA. And also, speaking about the transaction costs, to create a wallet, you need to deploy a smart contract, which also a very expensive operation on the Ethereum. So the ERC 4337 is a well-designed system and we think that the most risks lie in realization of its parts in smart contracts, especially in with the using of signatures in the wallets, because replay attacks and are mostly common, and actually it's very difficult to do the signature verification right, as devs need not only to think about the security of this, but also they need to check that the same signature is not used twice. The only entity that is trusted in this standard is the entry point contract, and some wallets may want to have a function to change it. And this may be the source of another vulnerability when the entry point contract in the wallet is changed to some malicious one. And this is the case that was with Unipass wallet, where the funds could be withdrawn from many wallets. Account abstraction allows creation of allows pre-calculation addresses for not created wallets, and actually an attacker can, if it's not done right, can deploy a wallet that he can control before the at the same address before the user, and withdraw all the funds that are already sent to this address. And speaking about the griefing, accounts, this standard has a lot of parties that don't need to trust each other, but they need to check the operations that everyone, every entity does not try to fraud it. For example, speaking about the paymasters, they reimburse users for the paid gas, and this can also be exploited. And speaking about the denial of service attacks, a wallet, there was a case that a wallet didn't handle the nonce right, and actually the funds on this wallets were blocked. So here is a checklist that developers can look at it to successfully start the project using account abstractions successfully. Thank you. I will be glad to answer any questions. Okay. Thank you all.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Everything works now? Is working? Okay. So, hello everyone. My name is Ivan Vakhmyanin, and I will talk today about profitable DeFi liquidity provision. And I will focus on Uniswap, but most of the findings are actually applicable to other AMMs. So, just a few words about us. So we are a team that helps institutional investors in building trading strategies, and also we are doing a lot of DeFi research. So one of our important direction is studying Uniswap, and developing strategies for optimal liquidity provision, and so that's why we are doing this research, and today I will share some of the findings. Well, there is no question that DeFi and DEX volumes are growing right now. So by one of the latest research pieces by Kaiko, we see that actual market depth of Uniswap is bigger than most of the centralized exchanges except Binance. But it's also widely known that Uniswap V3 liquidity provision is widely known to be controversial. So there are a number of researches. The first one was done by Topaz Blue and Bancor back in 2021, and it has shown that almost half of liquidity providers are actually have negative returns from impermanent loss, and the average liquidity provider loses in comparison to just holding assets. After that, there are a number. So this topic is widely researched, but still it's not really clear how to build the profitable strategy. And we also try to find out if the situation has changed over time. So just a few basics. So what's the impermanent loss and how it hurts the liquidity provider. So we can see that if liquidity provider just holds assets, then his portfolio value of his portfolio is changing by a straight line. So the green line on this graph is just holding like 50% Ethereum versus 50% USDC. If the problem is that pure liquidity provision, pure liquidity position, its value is always lower than the HODL portfolio. That's a blue line. So you can see that the further price moves from the starting price, strike price, the bigger is the difference, and this difference is exactly impermanent loss. The widely popular approach to fighting impermanent loss is hedging position by shorting, opening the complementary short position, structured as a perpetual or by borrowing the volatile asset, but this doesn't create the truly delta neutral position. It creates the payoff curve like the orange line here. So it's close to fully delta neutral position near the price, but in case of fat tail event, when the price drops or grows significantly, and that happens quite often in crypto, then you actually have loss. So this loss should be paid off by fees, and fees are actually moving these curves straight up to the up continuously while the fee is accrued. So the question is how we build the strategy that statistically overperforms the HODL by these fees. So how we approached this problem? So we started a large-scale analytics of LP profitability, which actually, that's goal was to calculate USD P&L of every single LP liquidity provider on Uniswap, on Ethereum and on Arbitrum. We've done this by using our data engine, so we have our own indexers, so we are not limited by the performance or query limits of public data providers like Dune, for example, or BitQuery or others, and we have a full control over the low-level data. And we have achieved the full observability of the market activity, and by some of the findings, I will share them to you today. So what's the methodology? So we fetched all Uniswap v3 events and transactions and full event data into our analytical data warehouse. So we have computed the end of block unmanipulated USD asset prices. So it's important to, even for like high liquidity pools like ETH2 USDC, it's important to use very nicely filtered prices, because on one hand, if you like take some 5-minute, 10-minute prices from centralized exchanges, then you might have huge discrepancy between the actual price of the execution of the trade, like 2-3% and more. And if you use only on-chain data by taking the price in the pool in the swap transaction, you can get huge outliers created by MEV bots that can actually manipulate prices inside the block by the large amounts of percentage. So then we have detected and labeled all MEV bots by using some heuristics, so we can put them aside in our research. And what was the most complicated thing, we have recreated the Uniswap v3 fee accrual algorithm that actually allowed us to compute the historical position valuation for any moment in time for any position. Because the problem is that the accrual of fees is not recorded on the blockchain events until the position is closed. That's done for gas efficiency, and but that doesn't help you to calculate exact profitability in some moment of time. And you cannot actually query the historical archive node for every block and for every liquidity position for the whole time. That will take like ages. So that allowed us to calculate the daily snapshot for all individual liquidity position, broken down by assets, by players, by loss and gain, and the cruise fees. And I will share some findings here, but of course, if you want some deeper research, you can contact us. We can provide us the access to some more detailed information. So how are aggregated LP profits are structured on Ethereum? That's a very interesting chart. So this is the profitability structure for all liquidity providers in top 8 pools by fees accrued taken all time. So we see these 8 pools on the graph, and we see that the majority of P&L, both unrealized and realized combined, comes from the BTC to Ethereum pool. So you can see this. Oh, let me see how I can show it. Okay. So this one, the dark blue bar is the total P&L of all liquidity providers. The light blue bars is the total fees accrued. So you can see that in the most popular pool, USDC to Ethereum with 500 fee tier, the fees accrued were actually the highest on this blockchain. But on aggregate, liquidity providers actually suffered a loss there, and only in the biggest pools, the real profit they get from BTC to Ethereum pool. And it's interesting that exactly the same situation happens on Arbitrum, despite the fact that Arbitrum has a lower lifespan and it has lower gas fees. So at first we thought that that might impact the situation because low gas fees actually might help you to more actively manage position. But in reality, the situation is very, very, very similar. And the reason for this is that BTC to Ethereum are actually highly correlated assets, which means that the probability of the rebalance event when your position, the price goes out of your price range of your position, is much lower than for any crypto asset against USD. Or USDC doesn't matter. So that creates the interesting fact that on average BTC to Ethereum is more profitable. But that doesn't mean that same is applicable to individual investors, of course, and individual strategies. So the good question is also on aggregate, is it better to actively manage LP position or like use some relatively wide range and leave and forget? And it's interesting that if we take, again, we take not like top players, we take like all liquidity providers, we see that the more positions the liquidity provider has, then generally the less is aggregated profit. So you see that for all LPs, for top 8 pools, total profit combined is actually positive, and for LPs filtered LPs with 20 positions plus, it's actually negative by the almost the same value. So which means that on average it's better for liquidity provider to choose the positions with like longer lifespan. Again, we have a number of limitations here in this research, and I want you to actually understand them. So one is we are considering that one wallet, one Ethereum wallet address is one liquidity provider. Obviously, in reality, that might be different. So one liquidity provider might use multiple wallet addresses, and if, for example, multiple liquidity providers are using some sort of like aggregated liquidity provision management vault, they can use one wallet. We also see only Uniswap positions. In reality, they can be only part of some portfolios. But even with these limitations, we might draw some interesting conclusions from this. So, but another question is how profitable is liquidity position for leaders? So if we take only top LPs by APR, only those active in last 3 months with position sizes bigger than 50K USD, with maximum size of the position bigger than 5K USD, the situation is quite different. So we can see that some of them managed to achieve like more than like 3 digits APIs, and these are actual true APIs, not those that are shown in most like liquidity calculators available publicly, where they actually ignore the impairment loss and the probability of fat tail events. And you can actually see that activity duration days are for many of them are over 100 days, so which means that this is not like a gamble positions, like you invest to some paper to something pool in the morning, then something happens and you get high profits in the evening. So these are not these outliers. So these are some sophisticated traders. So what key takeaways we can see from here? So one is that it's still hard to be profitable at LP provisioning using unhedged positions. So that situation doesn't change much since 2021, and it's completely the same on Arbitrum. And we haven't done this research on other chains, but my intuition here is that it's completely the same on others. Then, for top LPs, it's still possible to achieve 3-digit APIs, although they constitute the little minority of the market. And I need to mention here that that might be, this takeaway might be subject to survivorship bias, which means that you need to treat this with caution. So in general, active concentrated position management is worse than just keeping a reasonably wide position. So, and we have found no, I would say, signs that there are some automated solutions at the market that actually can help with this. So it doesn't matter if you do it manually or you use some automated public solution. So in general, also in general, liquidity provision is more profitable for correlated pairs like BTC to Ethereum. which of course doesn't directly guarantees that this will be same in the future, because for example in last months we see that correlation between BTC's ETH is like at record lows, but still we have this finding. And the last one, we see that MEV and gas fees have little effect on LP profitability. At first we thought that this would be different and MEV bots will like capture a majority of LP profit, but in reality it's not. And we also couldn't find any significant differences between Ethereum and Arbitrum in terms of the like general mechanics that works for LP providers, other than of course on Ethereum you must have a higher capital to justify gas costs, because gas costs are actually a flat fee, not linearly connected to the size of your position, and which means that it doesn't make any sense to have a like 10K position on Ethereum. That would be when your all fees accrues would be wiped by the gas costs in like one rebalance or open closer position. So that's all for today. So I would be happy to connect. We are located here in Dubai, but we are always happy to discuss, so feel free to check out our website. We have multiple links to our researches available on Medium there as well, not only on Uniswap liquidity provision, but also on flash arbitrage and some other topics like CEX-DEX arbitrage. So thank you, and we'll be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much for your talk. It's really, really interesting. I was going to ask how you get your data. How are you able to produce such brilliant research? I mean, obviously, there's a lot of data in crypto. How do you go from the chain through to a report like this?
So technically, it works like this. So we have a fleet of our nodes in-house for Ethereum and for some other popular L1s and L2s, all EVM based. So we maintain them all in-house. So most of them are Aragon based. And we also are modifying them for the performance of data extraction. Then we have our high performance ETL processes that actually put the data in our analytical database, data warehouse based on ClickHouse. And because our team actually came from the enterprise data analytics, creating like data warehouses and predictive modeling for huge enterprises for many years, that was easy for us to build this pipeline. And after we have all this data inside, and by the way, this ETL process is very complex because it's not just you take log data and put it to database. You need to for each DEX protocol, we have a separate ETL process that takes into account the internals of the process to actually compute the liquidity or other data which can be used in the research. And then we just write SQL queries, use some analytics and so on.
If I may just have one follow-up, which would just be, do you have intra-transaction or do you stick to end-of-block data?
Sorry?
Do you have within transactions and transaction level data, or do you stick to end-of-block level data?
That's a rather good question. So in our warehouse, we have intra-transaction data. So and we also have the feature that we called sub-timestamps, so virtual timestamps, because in all transactions in one block, you have one timestamp. And we use virtual timestamps to actually sort the events accordingly, so you can easily do that transaction. and for example, we use this transaction data to identify MEV, because MEV, liquidity, just-in-time liquidity provision or flash arbitrage, you can easily identify it inside the block. But for this research, we use end-of-block prices, because we don't want to actually to see manipulated prices inside the block.
Oh yeah, because they'd be unsettled prices basically from your perspective. Okay, cool. Thank you very, very much. It was really
thank you so much.
Responses.
Hi. Have you tried this on Solana where the transaction fees are low and the users are primarily making more transactions on DEXs?
Sorry, can you repeat? Doesn't hear clearly here, sorry.
Have you tried this on other blockchains where the transaction fees are low? Because that means that the end users will use DEXs more?
That's a good question. So as I said, we are focusing on EVM-based blockchains, and this particular research we've done on Ethereum and Arbitrum, and the reason for that was that these blockchains have the biggest liquidity. So we also took some, like, not the full featured research, but like sneak peek into BNB Smart Chain and Polygon, and the general mechanics is very similar. So we haven't, the limitation here is we have studied only Uniswap and Uniswap forks, and there is a significant share in protocols that use liquidity book protocol instead of a constant product formula, but we haven't included them in this research as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. What do you think about using like Reth and all of the other like ETL tools that like the Paradigm team is trying to build in terms of like extracting data in a way that's like more lightweight than something like, you know, Erdogan?
So just, can you rephrase the question? So using some third party that provides...
Reth. The Rust
okay.
Geth
Like
fork. So yeah, Paradigm is, the fund is like doing a lot of research with Rust-based tools, and you know the thought there is that using Reth as a node is lighter and easier to extract data, and it's more reliable.
That's actually a very painful question for us, but very good question, because selecting the right backend and right node is very important for performance. The reason why we've chosen Aragon is that because it's more efficient in terms of storage. So in Go Ethereum, the storage is very inefficient, and because, for example, for BNB Smart Chain, to maintain an archive node right now, you need over 50 terabytes of SSD, which is crazy. On Aragon, it's much more efficient, but we have some problems with Aragon as well, because Aragon has recently dropped the support for some of the chains, focusing on Ethereum, and which makes it more painful to support all the hard number of problems in Go Ethereum, and it's also was announced by the core team of the core Go Ethereum team that the archive functionality is not a priority for them. So which means that we are focusing on like live performance on the nodes, which is great, by the way, but for data providers like us, that's actually difficult because we need archive nodes to build on them. So definitely we will explore other clients and systems like this.
I had a question. Like you have this fire hose of data when you're running the nodes. So how often do you actually run your analysis? Like, do you take a snapshot? How often? Like, how do you deal with that?
So currently, for this particular research, we have update once a day. So we just like once a day it refreshes all the dashboards because most of the positions are like living longer than a week, so it doesn't make sense to do it more often. But in some other projects we have down to sub-block latency updates, especially for example, for arbitrage projects where you just cannot wait for 12 seconds for block finalization, and you cannot wait for finality because most of the public data providers, they actually are waiting for the finality, like 5 blocks, 7 blocks, depending on the blockchain, and which means that you have a huge delay in your data, which is okay, totally okay for liquidity provision, but it's not okay for like arbitrage. And of course, they are doing this for a reason, because if you start listening for data on the sub-block level, you need to implement the rework handling, because you can get some like price, and then you can get the updates that this price was invalidated. So, and on Ethereum, this actually happens quite often on the chains like 2 to 3 blocks. So you can, and in congestion times, you can actually possible. Okay, thank you so much. I'm here, so if you want to ask more questions, I will be happy.
Thank you.
Don't show it yet. Hello all. Thank you very much for coming, all 10 of you or so. What I really wanted to say is to talk about the current developer experience in crypto, and maybe to acknowledge that we're currently kind of working with a Frankenstein tech stack. And in terms of building dApps, we need to not only be really nice to our developers, but also try and support them as much as possible in how we're going to move towards a more decentralized future. So we have to acknowledge that today, developers are using a Frankenstein tech stack. And I'm going to tell you a bit about what that means and what the current process for dApp developers actually looks like in reality, as opposed to kind of the idealized view that we pick up from tutorials and these more simple examples. So what is the pain today is that usually you have a dApp that you've thought of, you have RPC, which gives you access to the node, and you have a network like Ethereum. So right now, everything seems very simple, and this is usually where most people start. But often, you know, you're not sitting in isolation. Maybe you need an Oracle. So now you need an Oracle provider. You need to bring in an external price, a reference that you can use for something like liquidation or for trading against. You know, this is, again, it's not too bad now. We've got a few components, but it's pretty reasonable still. But now you need some history and some context. Perhaps RPC, it's not that great at historical data. It's a little bit slow. Often it's rate limited for users that are using free RPC. So you have usually a choice, but often people will start to build a subgraph, which will be you know, a decentralized way of indexing data. So they go along for some time, they gain some users, they gain some traction, everything seems great. Maybe this is the testnet stage for them. But now it's like, okay, so we've launched, things are going well, we need to build KPIs, we need to build dashboards, so now you're going to need to go to a dashboard provider like Dune or Flipside. And basically the scale of the problem is starting to get quite large. Now your dev team or your operations team is looking at supporting 4 different protocols, applications, in some cases, especially for things like oracles and subgraphs, commercial deals, which are not permissionless, so that needs to go through your company. As well as RPC provisioners. Again, there are some amazing decentralized projects coming, which is great, but we're really starting to get into a world which is many, many suppliers. What happens as you grow, especially if you're depending on things like the graph, is that you're going to slow down and you're going to start to have really bad user experience. So we've seen this evidenced by Uniswap actually removing the graph from their entire stack because they weren't able to get the user experience they required. So now they built their own centralized custom indexer. And this is unfortunately a path that a lot of projects end up following because they effectively care about their users enough that they need to build a better user experience. But they have to build in a centralized manner because there isn't really an alternative today. So this then gets compounded when we go to multi-chain, where we have your DApp trying to connect to different chains. I didn't have enough space for the boxes, but obviously, we're looking at dApps connecting to different chains via all of these different protocols. And the expense can get quite large. I mean, some of these, there's a big incentive to move to like lower fee chains like L2s from things like Ethereum. But that comes with a significant overhead. And this is like a big thing to manage. And if you start talking about DAOs doing this, for example, it becomes even more prevalent and problematic. So I'm kind of obviously leading somewhere in here. So what we do at Superchain is we provide accurate and verified and transparent data. And the cool thing about that is that once you have verified and transparent data, you're able to build some of these key crypto primitives in a way that's fully decentralized. And not only that, but also really, really fast. So with verifiable data and a light client, we can kind of squeeze all of these different things. So RPC for accessing, say, a quote of a price, a custom indexer for viewing a larger amount of historical data, for example, subgraphs for some summary information, dashboards for KPIs and key information for your users and tokenomics or usage, daily active users, and oracles as well, which you need for these verifiable prices from external sources. With Superchain, you're able to build your dApp on top of our light client, and that light client provides verifiable data to your users. So they don't need to run a full node. They don't need to use things like RPC. They can rely on that data and know that it came from the chain. It has full provenance. And so we think this is the future of how people are going to build dApps and have way better user experience. Not only that, we also help developers a lot because we're able to scan the whole chain in a matter of seconds. So you're able to basically have user experiences that instead of loading in 20 to 30 seconds, load in less than 2 seconds. And that's really our aim for the industry, is to bring that user experience down to a reasonable perspective. Now this was a lightning talk, so I have actually tried to keep it super short. But yeah, so please do ask some questions, and if you want to go on Twitter, you can hear more about Superchain and more about what I think about the crypto world. So thank you very much. Any questions? Cool. Easy. I'm free to go. Thank you very much.